To the world. Let's get this party started. Everybody's happy, everybody wins. How to Build a Perfect Society by Curt Derby, read by the author. Copyright 2024 by the EHEW Group. Please visit everybody'shappy.com for more information. There will never be a really free and enlightened state until the state comes to recognize the individual as a higher and independent power. From Civil Disobedience by Henry David Thoreau, published in 1849. This may be the most important audiobook that you will ever hear. In this short book, you will learn a new form of culture and government that will not only change your life, but also the lives of all the world's citizens for generations to come. Perhaps the most surprising thing about this book is that despite the changes that are mentioned within these pages, most, if not all, of our current culture and government can stay the same. Believe it or not, there are only a few small changes that need to be made to create a perfect society. Everybody's happy, everybody wins. The perfect society is where everyone can be what they want to be. Democrats can be Democrats, Republicans can be Republicans, Libertarians can be Libertarians, Green Party can be Green Party, Constitutionalists can be Constitutionalists, dictators can be dictators, free people can be free people, nationalists can be nationalists, globalists can be globalists, religious can be religious, non-religious can be non-religious, leaders can be leaders, followers can be followers, socialists can be socialists, capitalists can be capitalists, communists can be communists, sheep can be sheep, miserable people can be miserable people, and happy people can be happy people. This book will change your life. As you listen to this book, you will discover that you are one of two people. You will either love these principles and ideas and want to implement them immediately, or you will love these principles, but will think that they won't work in our current society. If you fall into the former category, welcome to the happy party. If you fall into the latter category, that's okay. Here's what will happen. These concepts and principles will stay in your mind long after you have finished listening, and maybe re-listening, to this book. And at some point, you will realize that they are going to work in our current society. Who is everybody? Everybody is everybody. It is every person on the planet today and all those yet to be born. It is every person living in every country, regardless of age, height, ability, socioeconomic status, level of education, and skin pigment. It means people who trust and enjoy whatever current form of government they live under, and the ones who feel the complete opposite, that their current government is not only ineffective, but corrupt and criminal. It means people who live in very small communities, very large cities, and every type of group in between. It is people who are deeply political, completely apolitical, and fiercely politically independent. In short, it is everybody and anyone that you can think of. This is a book about a new form of culture and government. This is not a political book. This book moves beyond politics. This is a book of new ideas and sound principles. This is a book describing how all human beings can thrive. When all human beings can thrive, we will have a perfect society. A book of principles. This book describes a set of 4 principles that will redefine and transcend current culture and government such that the world has never seen. These principles are simple, sound, and easy to understand and implement. After the 4 principles, called the 4 Pillars of Freedom, are explained, Chapter 6 offers solutions to cultural obstacles and alternatives to certain government programs. Some of these solutions and alternatives will resonate with you. Some will not. Either is fine. The point of Chapter 6 is to show how we, the people, can put the 4 pillars of freedom to immediate action. Most importantly, throughout this book, you will think of solutions and alternatives of your own. When you do, please share them with your family and friends, and then go to everybody'shappy.com and share them on our many social media platforms. When there is a perfect framework, there will be a perfect society. This is not to say that society will always be perfect. The world is an imperfect place and human beings are inherently flawed. However, the framework described in this book is the environment that will provide the perfect foundation for all people to thrive. Most people are unaware of what a perfect society looks like. They are used to the imperfect, expensive, and inefficient ways of doing things. Most people are also unaware that a perfect society is not only very possible, it is presently within our reach. You will discover what this perfect society is in the following pages, and you will learn how you can do your part to make this perfect society happen sooner than later. We can't change the past, but we can change the present and the future. However, if we could go back in time and live in this perfect society for the past few hundred years, there would be no war, slavery wouldn't have happened, taxes would be fair to everyone could pursue fully their happiness, society would be mostly, if not completely, harmonious, Jim Crow laws would never have been written, there would be very little crime, medical and technical advances would have come much faster, there would be less depression and suicide, poverty would be greatly reduced if not eliminated, there would have been more paths to prosperity for everyone, racism would have been eliminated, the school system would have been much more robust and provided a high level of education across all racial and economic demographics, and we would have had a justice system that treats everyone fairly. The power of one. I am one of 335 million people currently living in the United States. Any one of us can offer a solution or an alternative, even a seemingly small one, that can create a huge benefit to millions of people. Please keep that in mind while you listen to this book, because I promise you this, you will think of many solutions to America's and the world's current problems, which will make life better for everybody. Introduction. This is not a political book. However, since this is a book about culture and government, politics will be discussed. Are you political? No? You will feel right at home here. Whether you are completely apolitical, an independent voter, or if you follow politics just a little bit, you will get excited about the ideas in this book. Yes, you are political? You will feel right at home here. Whether you are Republican, Democrat, Libertarian, Green, Constitution, or a member of any other political party, you will see that everybody's happy, everybody wins, How to Build a Perfect Society acknowledges, respects, and even makes better every political party's philosophy and policies. If you are a Democrat, you will learn how to end systemic racism, maximize Obamacare to its fullest potential, fight climate change in ways the world has never seen, finally give reparations to darker complected people, make sure rich people stop using tax loopholes, feed the hungry, take care of the homeless and the marginalized, learn how to implement DEI on the largest scale, discover how laws can be written to guarantee fairness and justice for all. Never again worry that a warmongering president who cheated during the 2000 election will commit war crimes while creating another Great Recession. And never again worry that a greedy, racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic Nazi Hitler who wants to be a dictator will become president. If you're a Republican, you will learn how to live within the fairest tax system, end illegal immigration, come to a national consensus regarding abortions on a cultural and on a legal basis, utilize American energy to its fullest, avoid trans, gay, and other sexualized discussions taught in school, run a business with much more freedom, not worry about activist judges, feel more comfortable celebrating your religious beliefs, know that a socialist communist dictator who wants to redefine marriage, socialize medicine, and saddle the middle class with crushing debt in order to forgive student loans will never be elected president again. And not worry that a president who cheated during the 2020 election wants to destroy American values and whose family gets paid off by China and Ukraine and shows signs of dementia will ever be elected president. This sounds fantastic. How can I help? First, and most importantly, share the ideas in this book. The quicker people learn about them, the quicker we will have a perfect society. Second, consider working with the EHEW group. This is the company who published this book. Log on to everybody'shappy.com. There, you can look at available positions in the EHEW group. Is there anyone who will disagree with this book? Yes. There are two types of people who will disagree with this book. One, someone who thinks that our culture and government are already perfect. Two, someone who enjoys using force against others to get what they want. The correct P. What makes this book unique is that it is based on principles. There are specific cultural and government principles which will create the perfect society. This book explains all of them. Currently and throughout history, the United States has been run on policies. Policies is the incorrect P. The correct P is principle. Politics are based on policies, power, and posturing. Principles are based on truth. A principle is unchanging. It is consistent. And the correct principles will allow a culture and a government to thrive. Currently, the United States looks to government first and culture second. In this book, we will put culture first where it belongs, and government second. Chapter 1. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. Would you agree? Actually, let's back up. Maybe not everybody wants to rule the world, but it's probably a safe bet to say that everybody believes their way of ruling the world is the best way. I think we can agree on that. 8 billion answers. In early 2024, it is estimated that the world population was 8.1 billion people. For easier math, let's just use 8 billion. So if you ask 8 billion people, what's the best way to rule the world? What would happen? You would get 8 billion answers. Granted, there will be some common ideas among some people. Also, you will get ideas that are radically different, and many times polar opposite, of others. Regardless, you would still end up with 8 billion unique ways to rule the world. Which do we use? So which of the 8 billion ways is best? Certainly everyone will say that their way is best. But can their way be the best for all the world's citizens? Is there a system that is right for everybody? If there is a system that is best for everybody, would it be worth learning about? If there is a system where 8 billion people can not only survive but thrive, wouldn't it be something that we should employ immediately? So again, which do we use? If you ask 8 billion people what factors are needed in a system that is best for everybody, you will, yet again, get 8 billion different answers. So in order to decide which system we need to use, we need to drill down a bit. Since I am an American author, I will discuss the United States. I encourage my friends and supporters in other countries to tailor this book and its principles to your situation in your culture and country. I am confident you can apply this book to your situation as well. American politics. The ideas and principles in this book are universal, but to scale things down a bit, let us focus on the United States. We will look at American culture and government to answer the question, which of the 8 billion systems is best? Let's have a party. There are many different political parties in the United States. Surely one of them is best for everybody, right? We can look to the Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, Green Party, Constitution Party, and dozens of other state and national parties to find our best system for a perfect society. To keep things simple, this book will focus mainly on Republicans and Democrats. They are the two political parties in the U.S. which have the highest membership. For listeners who do not belong to either of these parties, or to any party for that matter, you will still be able to relate to and enjoy the principles in this book. Ask a Democrat. If we ask a Democrat what a perfect society is, they will likely list some or all of these factors: bigger government, socialized healthcare, funding Planned Parenthood, open immigration, high taxes on the rich and on corporations, social programs, safety net programs, regulations to make sure businesses don't exploit workers and get bailouts from the government, and environmental programs. Ask a Republican. If we ask a Republican what a perfect society is, they will likely list some or all of these factors: smaller government, lower taxes, prayer in schools, defunding Planned Parenthood, immigration through legal means or even closed borders, bigger military, and limiting money sent to foreign countries. American politicians. To make matters even more complicated, not only do we need to choose a political party, we have to evaluate the politicians within those parties. Not every Republican believes in everything that all other Republicans do. Same goes for the Democrats. Some Republicans are socially liberal and some Democrats are fiscally conservative. So even if we choose a political party to save our society, we might not actually get exactly what we were hoping for. And since politicians vary within their own parties, we can never know exactly what we're going to get. The limitations of politicians. If a political party is not an exact science and politicians are inconsistent among each other, even within the same party, how can we possibly have a system that is good for everybody? For the most part, politicians spend a good portion of their time making promises to people. When that happens, there is always going to be a winner and a loser, because not everyone is going to agree on the way things should be. Unlike all the aforementioned political parties, the happy party allows an environment where everybody wins. This is because there are no promises that are made by politicians, or anyone else for that matter, that will take something away from someone else. Politicians have every right to preach what they think is best, but when the people ultimately decide how things will be done, then everybody wins. Except maybe the politician that is pushing certain ideas. Utopia. I have a question for you. Whether or not you are a liberal, you can answer this question. If a liberal is living in America or the world, what is the best environment for them to live in? You might answer, a world where everyone shares the same liberal philosophy. Fair enough. So what about the conservatives? If a conservative is living in America or anywhere else in the world, what is the best environment for them to live in? You guessed it, a world where everyone shares the same conservative philosophy. Is it possible for both of those realities to exist at the same time? You're probably thinking, well, of course not. But what if it could? If it could, would it be true that America and the world would be the best place for everybody? If it were possible that Democrats and Republicans can truly coexist peacefully and happily, would it not be a utopia for both groups? Obstacles. What is the obstacle for going with the Democrat ideas? Half the voters are not happy. What is the obstacle for using the Republican ideas? Half of the voters are not happy. The past 25 years. This concept of battling ideals is not new. Let's look at the past quarter century. When George Bush won the 2000 election, the country was ripe with strife. The Democrats were upset because Al Gore won the popular vote. They were also upset because they thought there was some illegal private dealings between the Bush family and the Supreme Court, who ultimately declared Bush the winner. Republicans were upset with the Democrats and felt like they were sore losers. Remember the fake campaign signs that read, "Sore Loserman," changing the names of Gore, Lieberman? After the election was decided for Bush, there was still strife afterward. While Bush's handling of 9/11 was generally accepted as favorable among the Republicans, his decision to go to war with Iraq was not favorable to many Democrats. When talk of war was heating up, there were many who offered to serve as human shields for Iraqi citizens. During Barack Obama's presidency, Republicans were concerned with the socialist direction the company was heading. Obama passed the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare, which provided socialized medicine in America for the first time. He also passed a federal mandate which allowed the federal government to redefine marriage to include gay people. Oftentimes, when Republicans complained about these or other of Obama's policies, they were called racists. Ironically, some Democrats were not happy during Obama's administration, as they felt like he was not socialist enough. The campaign and subsequent election of Donald Trump in 2016 may have been the most contentious of all. While Republican voters were jubilant that Trump was an outsider who was going to drain the swamp, Democrat voters thought very differently. They saw him as a racist, sexist, xenophobic, homophobic second coming of Hitler who was going to set women's rights back 75 years. And all this elation and strife, depending on whose side you were on, all happened before he was even elected. Post-election, the frenzy continued. Some praised Trump for calling out the fake news media, while others disagreed and said he was trampling on freedom of the press. Some loved Trump's call it like it is style of speaking, while others preferred Obama's more polished, classy approach. And just like some Democrats who did not think that Obama was effective enough, there were some Trump fans who was upset that he didn't build the wall fast enough or that he did not totally eradicate Obamacare. The 2020 election certainly didn't heal the political angst and arguments in the United States. The Democrats were happy that the evil, law-breaking, foul-mouthed Trump was finally removed from office, while the Republicans thought the Democrats illegally stole the election. After Joe Biden was sworn in as president, Republicans criticized him and other Democrats as hypocrites, since they were not always wearing masks publicly during the COVID-19 pandemic. They also blamed Biden for inflation and the recession during his term. Meanwhile, Democrats said that inflation and recession were Trump's fault by increasing the debt while he was president and for printing too much money during the pandemic. Looking back at the past quarter century, it is easy to see that American voters are always at each other's throats. Republicans are miserable when there's a Democrat president, and Democrats are miserable when there's a Republican president. And again, many Republicans are not happy enough when a Republican is president, and Democrats aren't happy enough when a Democrat is president. It is obvious that this system of culture and government is a messy, inefficient, and unhappy way of life. And things haven't only been chaotic during the past 25 years. It is easy to go further back in time to see many examples of Democrats and Republicans battling on policies, personality clashes, and accusations of criminal activity. The most important question and answer. The most important question is, how do we make everybody happy? The answer? Let Republicans be Republicans and let Democrats be Democrats. The perfect society. So, Republicans can be Republicans and Democrats can be Democrats? How can this be accomplished? This is how we build the perfect society. The Democrats want the Democrat ways and the Republicans want the Republican ways. So what would be the perfect society? They both get their way. Either or? No. Many people in America and elsewhere think that things need to be one or the other, either Republican or Democrat. Once we all realize that society, culture, and government do not need to be either or, then the entire picture of possibility opens beautifully, and we will all quickly move to a peaceful, efficient, safe, and happy way of life. Current opinion says that we must choose one ideology over another. However, that simply does not have to be. Each person can choose their favorite ideology, philosophy, political party, club, way of life, etc., and live freely within. Why people bicker about politics. The reason why people get at each other's throats politically is because we accept the model that we are relinquishing our power to a tiny handful of people. And many, sometimes most, of those people are those with whom we disagree. Republicans are not happy when Democrats have the power and vice versa. When we, the people, have the power, instead of this tiny handful of people, we might still bicker about ideology. However, it will not be to the extent that it is now. Why would I complain about someone not doing things my way? Why would someone yell at me because I'm not doing things their way? We would all just get on doing things our own way. For the first time in world history, we will all get our own way. Since we all get our way, there is no need to bicker. Everybody's happy, everybody wins. In this short book, you will learn a system of culture and government where everybody is happy and where everybody wins. Please know that winning doesn't mean that we are all competing with each other. It doesn't mean that there will be winners and losers. It simply means that everybody wins when everybody can truly pursue their own happiness. The 4 pillars of freedom defined. The system in this book contains 4 simple principles called the 4 pillars of freedom. Pillars are so simple and easy to understand, they can easily be listed on half a sheet of paper. Simplicity is often the key to success. The first 2 pillars, the next 2 pillars. The first 2 pillars are mindsets, and the next 2 pillars are actions. Also, the first 2 pillars involve culture, and the next 2 pillars involve the government. Perfectly balanced. Like a 4-legged table, the 4 pillars are perfectly balanced. They provide the necessary foundation for a perfect society where everybody's happy and everybody wins. The perfect society is naturally sturdy by the virtues of the 4 pillars that it is built upon. It starts with number 1. The first pillar is essential for the other 3 pillars to work. Fortunately, the United States and other parts of the world is already living in the first pillar. This will be discussed in the next chapter. The pillars are sequential. Pillar number 2 works after pillar number 1 is in place. Pillar number 3 works after pillars number 1 and 2 are in place, and so on. Since many Americans are already on board with pillar number 1, the other 3 pillars can quickly and easily fall into place. Will the 4 pillars fix the past? Nope. We can never right past wrongs, but we can prevent new ones. Some people lament Europeans taking the land from the Indians. Some people lament slavery. Those events are very sad and unfortunate. We would love to go back in time and go back in a time machine to fix those wrongs, but we cannot. Today, however, we have a chance to make things right for now and for the future. We can create a society where freedom exists everywhere, all the time, for everyone, from here on out, with the principles found in the 4 pillars. Undeniable truths and inalienable rights. One of the many exciting things about the 4 pillars of freedom is how simple they are. They are easy for everybody to understand and undeniable in their accuracy. Everybody can start using them immediately. Another exciting thing about the pillars is that they recognize that all human beings have inalienable rights. This means that all human beings have the right to pursue their own happiness if they are not infringing upon the freedom of others. The 4 pillars of freedom, the foundation of a perfect society. Allow me to introduce to you the main purpose of this book, the 4 pillars of freedom. These 4 pillars are principles which lay the foundation for a perfect society. You have already noticed that this is a short book. It could be even shorter. The 4 pillars can fit on half a sheet of paper. The reason why this book is longer than a half sheet of paper is because it's important to flesh out these ideas and give real-world examples of how they work. I will be the first to admit that many of the ideas, solutions, and alternatives in this book are not original. I did not invent most of them. Some of them have been around for centuries, some for decades. However, putting all this information into one book and organizing it in such a way that explains the perfect society for all of us to thrive and excel is perhaps unique to this publication. Long before I started putting these words to paper, I discussed these ideas with friends, family, and strangers. Roughly 95% of them answered in one of 2 ways. Half of them said, "I love this. We need to do this right now." While the other half said, I love what you're saying, but it will never work. This book is written for those of you who reply either way. For the readers who disagree with any or all of the four pillars, this book is not for you. You will continue living in a cycle of an immoral culture, cultivating the madness of political parties, continuing making empty promises, and wasting our hard-earned taxpayer money. Who benefits from the four pillars of freedom? Everybody. Young, old, male, female, wealthy, not yet wealthy, American, non-American, all world citizens. This is the perfect time in history for this book. America and the world is ready and able to process a cultural and political book that will move humanity forward. This book has the answers to cultural and government hurdles. Why do the pillars work? They create, encourage, and foster a good society. This is why the book is titled Everybody's Happy, Everybody Wins: How to Create a Perfect Society. When these four pillars of freedom are implemented, everybody will be happy and everyone will feel like they are winning the game of life. Now is the time. In fact, the time is long overdue. Now is the time for this book. It is safe to say that every American citizen and possibly every world citizen already agrees with most, if not all, of the ideas in this book. Not only do most people already agree with this book, they already realize the current system of governance is falling way short of what we want in America. Consider this. When Donald Trump was president in 2016, many people were extremely happy, while many other people were extremely unhappy. When Barack Obama was president in 2008, the same was true. But it goes much deeper than simply some were happy and others were not. With the current way, how many people are happy with the government? In the 2016 election, one of the most heated and divisive elections in U.S. history, Donald Trump garnered 62,984,828 votes, while Hillary Clinton amassed 65,853,514. And generally speaking, it would be safe to say that every voter that voted for each of their choices despises the other choice. The U.S. adult population, those eligible to vote, in November 2016 was 249,485,228. Using these numbers, we know that 25.24% of America loves Trump and dislikes Clinton, while 26.39% loves Clinton and dislikes Trump. In other recent elections, 17.93%, over 50 million of 281 million votes, loved George W. Bush in 2000, 28.94%, which is over 69 million of the 240 million, loved Barack Obama in 2012, and 31.46%, 81 million of 258 million, loved Joe Biden in 2020. When we realize that roughly 1/4 of Americans loved the recent presidential winners, we also realize that those are paltry numbers. And think of what this really means. On average, 25% of America likes any recent president. That means that 75% of the country has to be burdened with that president's decisions or lack thereof. However, the media, Hollywood, and the universities make it seem like either Trump, Clinton, Bush, Obama, or Biden is the greatest or worst human being on planet Earth that will either save or destroy us all, depending on who you like. Seems a bit crazy, doesn't it? It gets worse. Less than 1/4? We know that many people, perhaps most people, in each of those camps were not always happy with their superhero with the R or D on their chest. We often heard that those followers felt like either Trump, Bush, Obama, or Biden, whoever was their guy, was not doing enough while serving their time as our president, or that the other party kept interfering in what voters wanted their guy to get done. So when it's all said and done, how many Americans do you think actually thought their guy was doing things for the betterment of the country? Less than 20%? Less than 15%? Less than 10%? It is obvious that our current method of running the country is inadequate. Why? We are all focusing on the wrong things. We are all looking for a savior to deliver our great country from its problems. This book shifts the focus from the presidency and the government back to where it belongs. We, the people. The Big Five and Beyond. Members of the five largest United States multi-state political parties, Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, Green, and Constitution, will enjoy seeing many of their ideas in this book. They will especially enjoy the 4 pillars of freedom. The 4 pillars will help move forward the Big Five, and all other political parties, faster than you can say, "Is this a great country or what?" The principles in the 4 pillars are liberating. The 4 pillars enhance the ideas of each of the major political parties as well as all other political parties. They make politics more effective, less expensive, and faster acting. As for those Americans who are apolitical, do not vote, and/or are disenfranchised with the current system, they also love the 4 pillars. They understand that it is only when the 4 pillars of freedom are embraced and practiced that the country will be on the best path. An endless cycle of madness. Every 2 to 4 years, Republicans and Democrats are at each other's throats vying for the votes of the American people. We are in the habit of thinking that we need to elect that one person or party that's going to not only save us, but to also fix that other party that is wrong, delusional, hateful, misinformed, insert your favorite insult here. But what really happens? Over the years, the power goes back and forth between the Democrats and the Republicans. In a few decades, all of us will be dead, and then the next generation will do the exact same thing. More divided than ever, every few years, electing that savior that's going to put it all to rights, until the savior from the other side of the aisle gets their turn. It is obvious this has to be one of the most absurd and ridiculous social cycles in the history of mankind. Today, we can break this cycle. We, the people, can take control. And let us assume that we really are as divided as we are told we are, and have been for generations. Fine. Let one side do the things they want to do and let the other side do what they want to do. This way, each side can get things done rather than year after year and decade after decade of not getting things done because of the constant clash between the political parties. A perfect society. For a perfect society, we need 2 things, culture and government. Culture needs to respect life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And the government needs to be structured in such a way that reflects that type of society. Both components must be present and active in order to have a perfect society. As you listen to this book, you will see that the 4 pillars of freedom contain both components. And, as you will see, the 4 pillars of freedom will produce a perfect society where everybody can be happy and everybody can win. This book has the answers. Until this book, there has never been a comprehensive yet simple collection of ideas that will benefit all Americans as well as all world citizens. For those of you in other political parties, Libertarians, Green, Constitution, Socialists, Communists, and all other national, state, and local parties, all your desires will be met. For those of you who are independent, apolitical, disenfranchised, or just sick of the current government in the U.S., all of your desires will be met. Politicians often act on policy, posturing, and power. This book focuses on something stronger, principle. Principles are unchanging, while policy, posturing, and power always follow the changing winds of society. The 4 pillars overview. Before we dive into Pillar 1, let's put the pillars into perspective. Remember, the 4 pillars of freedom are a new system of culture and government. They are easy to understand and are self-explanatory. They are simple principles that can fit on a half sheet of paper. Still, some context is needed. There are 3 things to remember about the pillars. First, the pillars are sequential. Pillar 1 must exist for Pillar 2 to work. Pillar 2 must exist for Pillar 3 to work, and so on. Second, the pillars are in order of importance. The first pillar is the most important. The second pillar is the second most important, and so on. Each pillar flows from one to the next. Finally, the first two pillars must be firmly in place before the second two can exist. The first two pillars are a mindset that the majority of the culture must accept, so that the second two pillars are actions that the government can take. With that said, let's dive into the 4 pillars of freedom so we can have a perfect society. Chapter 2, Pillar number 1, We the People. Social freedom. There's too many kings want to hold you down. Heaven by the Psychedelic Furs. Before we embark on the glorious pillar number 1, let's have some fun. We're going to visit the land of make-believe and imagine we have hit it big. At the end of these 3 wonderful scenarios, you will start to realize that the ideas behind these 3 fantasies will become reality once the 4 pillars of freedom become the lifeblood of our society. You will see that this is the type of culture we will have after we the people start living pillar number 1. You're the grand prize winner! We've all thought about how much fun it would be to be a grand prize winner and have a great prize befall us. Some of us have been lucky enough to have it happen. But for many, it's a fun thing to dream about. Let's take a walk into Fantasyland. Pretend you're playing a game show on TV. You have just won the final round of trivia questions and you beat out 3 other contestants. You are the grand prize winner. But rather than being awarded a prize, you get to choose your prize from one of 2 beautifully crafted gold-gilded treasure chests. And the best part is, you're told by the game show host what is inside each one. One of the chests contains $335 million. That's $335 million. The other chest contains $536. That's $536. As winner of the trivia game, you may choose whichever grand prize you want, no strings attached. Which treasure chest would you choose? If you're like everybody else, you would choose $335 million prize. Even though you might not be able to spend all that money in your lifetime, it will instantly have many choices. You might first choose to pay off bills, pay off debt, buy a house, or 30, buy a car, or 50, invest a chunk of it, leave some for your heirs, put some spending money in savings, and then find thousands of other ways to disperse the rest. At some point, you'll likely realize you have enough and that you want to spend the rest of your money in fun and creative ways. This is possibly where you will experience the most joy. Providing for yourself and your family feels fantastic and it provides security. Once you have accomplished that, you now want to spend your time and money on outside endeavors. Take a minute to think about how you would spend gobs of money if you and your family were taken care of for life. Isn't it fun to think about? Maybe you've been carrying a dream for years about how you would spend that money. Or maybe life has you so wrapped up in bills and obligations you haven't yet had a chance to dream. Either way, which treasure chest would you choose if you were the grand prize winner? $335 million or $536? Money may or may not buy happiness, but it definitely buys choices. And the more choices you have, the easier it is to pursue your happiness. We all scream for ice cream. Here's another scenario. You and your best friend buy ice cream cones at your friendly neighborhood ice cream shop. Upon paying for your cones, the cashier tells you that you are the lucky millionth customer and you have just won a lifetime supply of ice cream cones. She says that as the millionth customer, you get to choose your prize, 335 million cones spread out over the next 30 years, or 536 cones spread out over 30 years. Either way, the prizes are transferable. You can share them with anyone you want anywhere in the world. Either way, it's a lot of ice cream. Which would you choose? 536 would probably be satisfactory, but think of the fun you could have with the larger prize. You could take your family, all your friends, neighbors, and strangers in your neighborhood out for ice cream once a month for the next 10 years and have amazing ice cream socials. You could declare State Ice Cream Day on July 24th during the height of summer and buy an ice cream cone for everyone living in your state. You could transfer some of the prize to an orphanage or your favorite church or charity. Let's all go to the movies. Lastly, let's pretend that you're the 16th caller into a radio station giveaway. You win 335 million movie ticket vouchers to any movie theater in the world. The 17th caller won 536 vouchers. How happy are you that you were the correct caller? 536 movie tickets is a windfall, but think of what you could do with 335 million. Not only would you be able to see any movie at any time for the rest of your life, you could take a couple dozen people with you each time. You could also host a monthly movie night for kids in local hospitals in every major U.S. city. You could provide a bi-weekly movie night for seniors in a retirement home. And I'm sure you can come up with many other fun ideas that I haven't even mentioned. Granted, you could still do this with 536 tickets, but it wouldn't go nearly as far. Okay, that was a lot of fun. But let's leave Fantasyland and come back to the real world. Everybody wants to rule the world, but who currently rules America? In a country of 335 million people as of early 2024, you may be surprised to know that America is ruled by a mere 536 people. That's right. Only 536 people rule an entire country of 335 million citizens. How do we get the number of 536? There are 435 members in the House of Representatives, 100 senators, and 1 president. 435 plus 100 plus 1 is 536. These are the people who make major decisions in our country and affect American lives in a big way. Are they the only ones who make such decisions? Pretty much. Granted, there are thousands of bureaucrats who work for the government, but they mainly enforce and interpret what the 536 dictates. Same with the 9 Supreme Court justices. Each state, county, and city have governors, mayors, and city council, but more times than not, the 536 rule them too. Only on a very local level do the state, county, and city politicians occasionally vary from the rest of the country. Knowing that there is such a small number of Americans making decisions for the rest of us is shocking. 536 is a tiny fraction of our population. Incredibly, 536 is 0.0000016% of 335 million. No wonder there is angst, suspicion, and anger when it comes to politics. We the people have relinquished our power to 0.0000016% of the entire U.S. population. Everyone counts, not just the 536. It's obvious that 335 million people have more diversity, experience, and wisdom than 536. As soon as we the people realize that we, not the 536, can move the country in a better direction, we will quickly move toward a perfect society. That is why we the people is pillar number 1. We the people is the first and most important pillar of freedom. When American citizens cultivate the fact that 335 million people are a more powerful, effective, and efficient force than a mere 536, America will do many great things. The ultimate in diversity, equality, and inclusion. Which is more diverse, 536 opinions or 335 million? Which provides more equality, 0.0000016% of Americans or 100%? Which group is more inclusive? 536 people from a tiny sampling, mostly politicians and or lawyers, or all Americans of many varieties? The answer is clear. We the people is pillar number 1 for 2 reasons. First, and as mentioned earlier, Pillar number 1, we the people, is listed number 1 because it is by far the most important pillar. When we all realize our value to ourselves, our families, our neighbors, and our communities, we start behaving in ways that will benefit all our political causes. Pillar number 1 is a mindset that Americans need to embrace before any other change can happen. Once this mindset exists in just over half the population, we will be on our way toward a perfect society. Second, remember also that all the pillars are sequential. Pillar number 2 cannot exist without pillar number 1. Pillar number 3 cannot exist without pillar number 2, and so on. A very small segment of the population. In addition to the tiny number of 536, there is very little diversity among our rulers. Most of them are career politicians. Many others are lawyers or military. Very few of them have any kind of track record of success before becoming a politician. What's worse, they have a history of spending too much money, ruling in a partisan way, and taking away more and more of our freedoms. It's no wonder that the president's approval rating, regardless of party, is often under 50% and sometimes under 40%. Congress's approval rating is even worse, often under 30% and sometimes under 25%. Overdue for a change. America has been hungry for a change for decades, and that hunger is only getting stronger. We, the people, are becoming more and more aware of and fed up with the current system of inadequate, expensive, and inefficient government. While the legacy media, also called old media, which is network TV, cable TV, newspapers, magazines, AM radio, has generally and consistently praised, favored, and coddled much of our government's politicians and their actions, it has now lost its stranglehold on public opinion. Since the advent of the information age, starting around 1995 with the birth of the internet, independent media, also called new media, which is podcasts, social media, blogs, emails, has regularly brought to light our government's failures, inconsistencies, blunders, lies, displays of favoritism, and massive wastes of taxpayers, our money. While old media is desperately trying to keep its stranglehold on public opinion, new media is quickly taking over. There are more and more voices speaking out about their disapproval and disgust of the way things are happening in government. New media often and easily points out how our ruling party is inefficient, expensive, and antiquated. Mistrust of institutions. In addition to a growing mistrust of the American government, there is a growing mistrust of other major institutions, some of them funded by the government. Just a couple decades ago, many people held colleges, Hollywood, and public schools in high esteem. But as the 2020s roll on, it is obvious this is no longer the case. We've given away our power. Let's get it back. We see anger and frustration every day when it comes to politics. We see it in books, TV shows, social media, 24-hour news, podcasts, rallies, protests. Everybody's angry because they feel like politicians have too much leverage over them, too much power. So let's take the power back for ourselves. Let's stop giving up our power to the politicians. When people feel helpless because politicians are not representing them, this is where anger and hatred come from. Let's focus on Pillar 1 so we can all say, we have assumed control. We have outgrown politicians. Americans realize now more than ever that we have the freedom and the ability to solve problems that we have been relying on politicians to solve. We can do it faster, cheaper, and with a sense of accomplishment and fulfillment. When we solve problems ourselves or in groups, we bond with our fellow citizens and communities. When this happens, we all feel a well-deserved sense of pride and achievement. And when that happens, we are even more willing to continue solving problems together. The success, growth, and happiness in our communities and in our country will grow like wildfire. I'm not knocking politicians. They're doing what they do. They're being politicians. They're fighting for what they're fighting for. They want to lead us, and that's very noble and honorable. However, we can lead ourselves. That's insane! I know what a few of you are thinking. That's insane if you think we the people can run things. Actually, it's insane to think we can't. Check this out. Think of how many decisions you make on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, monthly, yearly, and over your lifetime. Now think about how many decisions you and your loved ones make on a daily basis, weekly, monthly, and so on. You have made hundreds of thousands, millions of decisions on your own. Where to live, where to work, how many hours you'll work, where to send your kids to school, how many pets you want, what kind of food you want to buy, what TV shows to watch, which books to read, what time you go to bed, which toothpaste to use, when you clean your house, what vehicle to drive, how you spend your fun money, who to date or marry, which religion you choose, what charities to donate to, and on and on and on. Now think of companies you've worked for, churches you belong to, charities, so on and so forth. Everybody makes decisions. Individuals and families do it. Groups, big and small, do it all the time. HOAs, nonprofits, unions, churches, all individuals and groups do it. Except for one. When it comes to government, we all relinquish our control to 536 people who might not even have our best interests at heart. Worse, we turn over huge amounts of money, taxes, to this tiny group of people who don't have a good track record of spending it wisely. When the happy party replaces our current politicians, when the happy party replaces the current politicians in key positions, and when the 4 pillars of freedom are in place, we can still allow current politicians to lead us if we choose. In fact, it would be wonderful if Barack Obama left the Democrat Party and switched to the happy party. He should oversee Obamacare. Since it was his idea, I'm sure there is no one more passionate about its success than he is. Vivek Ramaswamy was politicking in 2023 and 24 about saving taxpayer money and restructuring some of the branches of the federal government. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has been very passionate about the Green New Deal. After she switches from Democrat to Happy Party, she can spearhead that idea and finally get it funded by her supporters. Any politician you can think of that is trying their hardest to set up certain policies that you like, but they just aren't able to for whatever reason, can be supported by you and other members of the Happy Party. On the contrary, we don't need to pay the politicians that aren't serving us. Up until now, we have been paying politicians with a blank check, our taxes, to have them initiate and run whatever policies they see fit. We, the people, should choose which politicians, if any, we want to pay. This alone will bring about faster and more effective change than our country has ever seen. In addition, we, the people, can easily do things that we want our politicians to do. With the Happy Party, we can elect our own individuals to run certain programs. Using Happy Party facilitators, we know that things will happen faster, more efficiently, and without rancor found in many of the present and past politicians. We just take up the mantle of saying, hey, I'm going to solve this problem. I'll either do it myself or I'll gather a group of people and we're going to do it ourselves rather than letting our taxes go to these people who may or may not solve the problem for us. What is a politician? A politician is someone who promotes policies. Each politician is different. A Republican politician will likely share similar ideas with other Republicans, and a Democrat politician will likely share similar ideas with other Democrats. But many Republicans also differ from other Republicans, while many Democrats also differ from other Democrats. We need facilitators, not politicians. Instead of politicians, we need facilitators. A facilitator will make sure standards are followed. The 4 pillars of freedom are the standards, and a Happy Party facilitator ensures those standards are followed. Only a facilitator who makes sure standards are followed can foster a perfect society. When politicians promote and enforce policies, there will never be a perfect society. The Happy Party has no governors nor presidents. We the people do not need to be governed. We the people do not need to be presided over. We the people need freedom within a small and simple structure of standards. The 4 pillars of freedom provide the proper standards. The Happy Party. The Happy Party is a nationally registered political party in the United States. Happy Party electives, called Facilitators, will replace the current 536, as well as current governors, mayors, city council people, etc., and will ensure the 4 pillars of freedom are always recognized as the standard of culture and government for our country and its citizens. Happy Party electives are called facilitators because they do not preside, govern, nor possess any other type of leadership role. They merely facilitate the principles of the 4 pillars of freedom. This is seamlessly and easily done, since most of the culture also follow these principles. Many politicians who are in the Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, Green, Constitution parties, as well as all other state and multi-state parties, will switch to the Happy Party once they're exposed to it. Most of them truly want what's best for America. Once they realize this is the way to achieve the perfect American society, they will become happy partiers and will begin immediately implementing the 4 pillars. Therefore, many current 536 governors, mayors, etc., will keep their positions if they demonstrate that they are living, promoting, and practicing the 4 pillars of freedom. As for all the other current government workers, Happy Party workers, called public servants, will work in the appropriate federal, state, county, city, commonwealth, and community governmental facilities to provide smooth function of the 4 pillars of freedom within our government's departments and programs. People who work in governmental facilities are called public servants because they are no longer government workers. They do not work for the government. They serve the public. Cut out the middleman. We've talked about the American politicians. Now let's talk about the American voters. Every American voter thinks their politics and philosophy are right, and they want their beliefs to rule the world. Every voter is championing the person they think is the best person to do right for them. They look to their political party and vote for their choice and see them as a superhero or a savior that is going to fix everything for them. Paying politicians to solve problems is fine, but there's another option. How about you just do it yourself? You can do it. You have the power and the ability to accomplish more than any politician can. We don't need to hire somebody to do it for us. In a perfect society, all 335 million of us can choose to participate in making our country better. Still, if we prefer to pay politicians to do our work, we still can. The difference is that in a perfect society, we have a choice. Currently, we do not have a choice. Many voters are angry. We're angry at each other because we feel like other voters and groups have power over us. That's why there's so much divisiveness. Republicans are wary of Democrats and vice versa. The way to ease this pain is glaringly simple. Just cut out the middleman. Cut out the politician. Let's solve the problems ourselves so things actually get done. We have more access than ever to get things done. We now have the technology to make 335 million voices heard. It used to be that we had to vote for the person that was going to take care of things for us. But with today's technology, we can access people of like mind and we can easily come together and make things happen. And we, the people, can do things that we are hoping, wanting, expecting our politicians to do. Politicians certainly served a purpose. We have outgrown them. We don't need them anymore like maybe we did decades ago. Should we want to continue letting them lead certain causes, we can continue to pay them for those services. But since the information age began, the current political landscape is antiquated. We don't need them anymore. There is a better option. People get together, either online or in person, and pay for the services they want, and don't pay for the services they don't. Simple. Everybody's happy. Everybody wins. We, the people, are currently inefficient. We don't need to be inefficient. There is nothing wrong with politicians' ideas. What's wrong is that we, the people, are funding an inefficient process. We are funding that politician or that group of politicians to do the things we want them to do, and it's often impossible for them to do it. It could be due to their inability to solve certain problems, either because they don't know how, or because the opposing party is preventing their progress. Whatever the reason, the current process is ineffective and very expensive. It's expensive because we pay politicians a lot of money, and we usually don't see much return on our investment. Voluntarism. Rather than paying politicians a lot of money, we could be appointing volunteers from the happy party to do things more efficiently. Happy partiers like me are happy to volunteer their time in order to make the world a better place. Worst case, we could pay happy partiers if need be. But I imagine that many of them will volunteer their time and effort in order to further the causes they are passionate about. Furthermore, we can get these things done and finally put to rest the endless bickering among people. Best of all, we don't have to hate half the country while we're doing it. My way is the best way. Yes, it is. My way is the best way. Remember that everybody wants to rule the world. My way is the best way, and I'm going to vote for the person who's going to give me what I want. Your way is the best way, but your way of electing a politician to give you what you want is sorely inefficient. It's not working. Think about the people you've put into power. Even if they did everything exactly the way you wanted them to, how long did it last? 2 years? 4 years? The next politician who takes the place of your guy or gal likely reversed or changed drastically the policies you were hoping for. And did your guy or gal really do everything you wanted them to? Be honest. Think about the things they did. Did they do exactly what you wanted them to do? And did they do it perfectly? Be honest. Could you have done it better? Of course you could. And if you couldn't do it on your own, you could find 10 other people who believe in exactly the same thing, and at least one of them could have done it better, cheaper, and quicker. If you don't see yet how you and other Americans can do what politicians do, that's okay. Just keep listening and everything will become as clear as an azure sky in deepest summer. Have you ever said this? Have you ever said, there ought to be a law against that? Or, the government needs to fix this? If you have, I hate to break it to you, but it's your fault that the that or the this is not working the way you want it to. You and we, the people, have utilized and fostered the current system of relying on politicians. If you are like most people, and most people are, you are unsatisfied with the direction of the country. You only have yourself to blame. It is obvious that Pillar 1, we the people, can solve all this angst and frustration. And more importantly, Pillar 1 will create a much better environment for all of us to live in. Instead of saying, there ought to be a law against, say this instead, how can I change? Instead of saying, the government needs to fix, say, I should fix. Instead of saying, someone ought to do something about, say this instead, I need to do something about. As soon as our culture decides to move the responsibility from the tiny few to the massive many, our lives will become much happier. Too many people in America and the world have lulled themselves into a victim mentality. Everything is someone else's fault. When we look in the mirror and realize that we have more control of ourselves and our environment than anyone else, we will move in the right direction of making life better for ourselves and for those around us. Everyone can have everything they want. For the most part, everyone can have exactly the life that they want, or at least they will be able to pursue exactly the life that they want. By shifting the responsibility from the government to ourselves, our families, and others who think like us, we will accomplish successes and dreams that we have previously thought unimaginable. I'm too busy. There's no way I can contribute to the country. I totally get it. I get it. Life is often very busy. You have a lot of responsibilities. Even during normal times, life can be a challenge. You have bills to pay, a job that can stress you out, and you're sometimes exhausted when you get home. It's tough to enjoy some downtime, and you sometimes struggle to spend quality time with your friends, spouse, and kids. Everybody has a myriad of responsibilities. As I write this book, in the summer of 2024, most Americans are getting crushed by crippling inflation that started 2.5 years ago. Food and gas often costs at least 2 to 3 times more than it did just a few years ago. That's like getting a 50 to 60% pay cut for nearly 3 years and having to try to maintain your normal daily life. It's very difficult for Americans to feel like they have the time or the brain space to devote to improving their situation, let alone improving the country. I'm not calling for all 335 million Americans to become societal advocates. Pillar number 1 is a mindset. That's all. It is a new cultural mentality where we, the people, realize that we all have value and we all can create change. If you feel like you're too busy and there's no way you can contribute, it is totally fine. Here are 2 things to consider. Keep doing what you're doing. Focus on you, your family, your job. Keep plugging away. By simply embracing the 4 pillars of freedom, you are still having a huge influence on our great country. Number 2, if you have an idea, but no time to flesh it out, share it on any of our social media platforms called The Perfect Society. If you choose option number 2, I guarantee you will find passionate people of all ages who are willing to take up your cause. Then maybe in a week or a month, you can check in with them. Hey, I appreciate you doing this for me. How can I help? I'm really busy, but maybe I have a couple more ideas we can brainstorm. Culture is in control. Culture will change things. Culture is much more powerful than government. Government reflects culture. So if you don't like what's going on in the government, it is our fault. We must change the culture. Politicians, bureaucrats, the old media, schools, they all have a lot of power because they have the loudest voices. However, culture will change things from the inside out. Great, we know there's a big problem, so how do we fix it? Fortunately, we are already fixing it. New media has not only exposed the inadequacy, inefficiency, and waste of our current government structure, it has also brought to light the strong desire that most Americans have to change it. Pillar number 1 is the solution. We need a cultural shift that recognizes the fact that 335 million is much more effective than 536. When 335 million people solve problems, they do it much more efficiently, less expensively, much quicker, and more permanently than a mere 536 ever could. I know what you're all thinking. Not all of the 335 million have the time nor the desire to make any contributions to the country. That may be true today, but once we have a culture that not only allows and encourages all people to make decisions for the country, but actually makes it the norm, more and more people will gladly take part. It's so easy, a child could do it. You may also be thinking, not all of these 335 million are old enough or mature enough to make any kind of contributions, so the 335 million number is wildly inaccurate. Anyone who is a parent knows that this is patently false. Through the mouths of babes is still as valid today as it was long ago. Young children, even as young as 3 or 4 years old, know many truths that adults have forgotten or have chosen to ignore. Diversity, equity, and inclusion in a child's life. When my son was growing up in the mid-2010s, he had a huge group of friends that he played with. Remember those days when we sought out and played with any fun kid we could find? When my son was 7, 8, 9 years old, he played with a regular group of neighborhood friends. They included immigrants from Mexico, Latter-day Saints, a darker pigmented child, males and females, a 4-year-old, and a 15-year-old. Everybody got along and everybody had fun. Everybody was happy and everybody won. I never had a single conversation about the differences between he, a light-skinned male born in America, and his friends. When I was growing up, I had friends of all different types too, and we got along just fine. My parents, grandparents, nor teachers ever said one word to me about diversity, equity, or inclusion. Children don't care about skin pigment, where someone grew up, how old they are, what they look like, or what their heritage is. All they care about are 2 things. Are they nice to me? And are they fun to be around? we could all take to heart this natural ability to play nice with others. It's only after we've grown up that we might feel others' hatred and their mistrust. Human ingenuity. Despite the lack of productivity from most of our politicians, human ingenuity is alive and well. We see it every day with creative and inventive minds. People make things better and more convenient for the rest of us, but with Pillar 1, we are going to see ingenuity explode. More and more people are going to be inventive, curious, creative, and passionate because they're not going to be looking to politicians and the government to solve everything for them. Our culture is ready for a shift that will promote and encourage ingenuity on a large scale. Children are already making a huge difference. Still think kids are too young to make a difference in society? Check this out. Boy in slat. While on a diving trip, a 16-year-old slat noticed massive amounts of plastic in the ocean water. 2 years later, the Dutch youth launched Ocean Cleanup, a nonprofit organization which performs research on river and ocean pollution while developing and deploying ocean cleanup systems. His System 002 gathered 20,000 pounds of garbage, while the Interceptor, positioned in Indonesia, Malaysia, the Dominican Republic, and Vietnam, is looking to close the tap by catching trash from the world's most polluted rivers. The goal is to catch roughly 80% of the ocean's plastic pollution in these and other key areas. For decades, governments, world organizations, and citizens have argued and sniped at each other while increasing taxes for green causes. SLAT's nonprofit has raised over $31.5 million from tens of thousands of donors from over 160 countries. This ambitious young man has received multiple awards and honors for his work and may have single-handedly solved the world's ocean pollution problems. Alex Scott. Alexandra Alex Scott was not even a year old when she was diagnosed with neuroblastoma, a type of cancer that forms in nerve tissue. After receiving a stem cell transplant near her 4th birthday, she started a lemonade stand to raise money for children undergoing the same thing. Her brother helped run the stand, and they earned $2,000. The lemonade stand became an annual event for the Scott family, and Alex raised over $1 million before losing her battle to cancer at age 8. A year later, her parents started the nonprofit Alex's Lemonade Stand Foundation, which utilizes over 22,000 volunteers. And by 2019, ALSF had raised over $175 million while funding research at 135 institutions throughout the United States and Canada. While governments, pundits, lobbyists, the media, and partisan voters have been debating hotly the issues of big pharma and socialized medicine, this little girl and her family have made a huge impact on one of the world's deadliest diseases, all without spending a dime of taxpayer money. Easton LaChapelle. While 14-year-old LaChapelle was playing with his Legos, he built a prototype for a robotic hand. He entered his creation in the Colorado State Science Fair. He won 3rd place. As an amazing bonus, he serendipitously met a 7-year-old girl at the fair who was wearing an $80,000 prosthetic arm. Easton was inspired by her to build a more affordable alternative. Today, LaChapelle is CEO and founder at Unlimited Tomorrow, a direct-to-consumer company that sells personalized robotic arms for $7,995. Easton raised $6.2 million to scale up his company and was named to Forbes' 30 Under 30 list in 2021. In 2018, Tony Robbins dubbed him the next Elon Musk. With all the social media attention on Obama, Trump, and Biden these past few years, imagine what our world would be like if caring individuals like Easton and the other kids in this list were as widely discussed. Cassandra Lynn. When Lynn was in 5th grade, she learned that cooking oil could be turned into biofuel. Starting small, she contacted local restaurants near her and asked if they would donate their used cooking oil to be recycled. Within a couple years, she founded TGIF, Turn Grease into Fuel, and began serving charities that identified families who needed heating assistance. Cassandra eventually expanded the program to other areas close to her home, and by 2019, she and her peers had moved from Rhode Island into Connecticut and Massachusetts, encompassing an area covering 750,000 people, with plans to reach all 6 New England states. To date, her organization has helped offset more than 2 million pounds of carbon dioxide emissions by promoting the use of biofuel. Cassandra has received many awards for her efforts and has given a TEDx talk. She says, "Youth today have so much potential and are able to do so much good in the world. The beginning is always the hardest, but you have to start somewhere. Today is as good a day as any." Through voluntarism, not force, Lynn and thousands of others are providing a service to those in need. They are saving the environment, and they are giving businesses an opportunity to give to their local communities. Everyone involved feels a sense of accomplishment and community while not burdening the public with higher taxes. Louis Braille. In 1821, when Braille was 12, he learned of a communication system of dots imprinted on thick paper, which laid the groundwork for his own system of reading and writing used by the blind. Blind since early childhood, he attended and excelled at France's Royal Institute for Blind Youth. By age 15, he completed his alphabet of raised dots, and the Institute adopted his system. In adulthood, Braille was a professor at the Institute, and while teaching there, he continued refining and extending his system, which has since spread throughout the world and is still in use today. Over 200 years ago, a 12-year-old developed a system that forever changed the world for blind people. Finally, Philo Farnsworth. One of the men credited with inventing the television was only 14 years old in 1920 when he came up with the idea. At age 12, Farnsworth's family moved to a relative's Idaho ranch. Farnsworth, excited that the house he now lived in was wired for electricity, became a quick study in mechanical and electrical technology. His interest inspired him to invent several gadgets for use around his family's farmhouse. While in high school, he sought advice from his science teacher on how to make his idea of a television a reality. With the encouragement of his teacher and a series of diagrams written on blackboards, Farnsworth pursued his dream. He transmitted his first image in 1927 when he was 21 years old. 100 years ago, a curious teenager pursued an interest and changed the world with a style of media which is still in heavy use today. Passionate people perform. All the kids listed here share many things, but there may be one of them that is more important than all the others: passion. They followed a path that was interesting to them, and they produced amazing results. Whether you're age 5, 50, or 95, if you have a passion, you should pursue it. When you do, you'll make a huge impact on yourself and your happiness. And you might likely make a tremendous difference to thousands, perhaps millions of people. Compare this to a lifelong politician who gets paid regardless of his or her performance. They get paid a huge salary by you and I. They also make money doing other things. Many of them write books, get paid for speaking engagements, and pocket donations and grants, sometimes illegally, all while rarely being held accountable for their performance. And after making all this side money, they hardly ever turn down that initial salary. Why refuse the taxpayer's salary? The more the merrier. Oh, and let's not forget to mention the occasional insider trading and behind closed doors deals politicians make millions of dollars from. No wonder they don't feel a burning passion to produce results for we the people, when they constantly get a free ride. And every few years, they write into law raises for themselves, which again, we the people pay for. None of us paid the kids that I just mentioned, unless you donated to their cause. And look at how much better they've done than most of our politicians. Change begins with ideas. Change begins with a simple idea. What happens after that is up to the person who thought it up. We can act on it ourselves, or we can wait for someone else, perhaps the government, to act on it for us. It's obviously more effective if we do it ourselves. Not only will the idea come to its fullest fruition, but it will cost much less and happen more quickly than it would going through government channels. When we act on it ourselves, we can get others who share our passion to help us develop the idea. We know that even children can make big changes in the world with their big ideas. Young adults make big changes too. Run an internet search for business owners under 30 years old, and you'll get hits of countless young adults who have made a huge difference in the world. And I would bet money that few, if any of them, had any government or taxpayer assistance. I'd like to highlight one in particular. Mr. Beast. Jimmy Donaldson, aka Mr. Beast, turned 26 years old in May of 2024. Utilizing his passion and ingenuity coupled with new media, Mr. Beast has the most subscribers of any YouTuber. He currently employs over 250 people to help him maintain multiple YouTube channels and other social media platforms. To date, he has been named Time magazine as one of the world's most influential people in 2023, raised over $24 million for Team Trees and the Arbor Day Foundation, raised over $30 million for ocean cleanup efforts, donated 20,000 pairs of shoes to children in Africa, built 100 wells in African villages that had limited access to water, gifted $300,000 in technology to various schools, funded cataract surgery for 1,000 people, launched Feastables candy and snacks that are sold in stores internationally, gave away 10,000 turkeys in his hometown, and entertained hundreds of millions of gaming fans with his gaming videos. I would venture to say that there is a small percentage of politicians throughout history that has made the positive impact that Mr. Beast has had. And I just have a feeling he's just getting started. Mr. Beast and tens of thousands like him on social media are the embodiment of Pillar 1. Pillar 1 are Americans who care and want to make a difference. The Happy Party is all about bringing to light their incredible efforts and encourage more people to be the change they want to see in the world. You're never too old to make a change. These people are famous for contributing to society after age 50. Ray Kroc, age 52, opened the first McDonald's franchise. Arianna Huffington, 55, founded the Huffington Post. Colonel Sanders, 62, franchised Kentucky Fried Chicken, KFC. Laura Ingalls Wilder, 65, published her first Little House book. Sam Walton, 52, took Walmart public. Carol Gardner, 52, founded Zelda Wisdom, a multi-million-dollar greeting card company. Charles Flint, 61, founded IBM. Martha Stewart, 56, founded Martha Stewart Living Omni Media. Rodney Dangerfield, 50, started Dangerfield's Comedy Club. Anna Mary Robertson Moses, Grandma Moses, 78, began her painting career. John Pemberton, 55, invented Coca-Cola. Julia Child, 50, published her first cookbook and at 51, started her television career. Last but not least, ages 30 to 50. The main point of the above lists is to point out that everybody, regardless of their age, can make a big impact on society. They can do it on their own and with the help of others, all without involving the government or forcing taxpayers to fund their causes. Even very young people and very senior people can have an impact. We kind of expect the 30 and 40-year-olds to influence society, since that is the sweet spot for many people doing great things. Everyone counts. Remember, this is far from an exhaustive list. Many people of all ages have benefited society in many ways. By embracing Pillar 1, all of America and the world can feel free to make similar contributions, or at least support and appreciate those who do. Okay, if we the people run the country, who runs the government programs? Easy. If the government officials truly believe in the programs they promote, they will gladly run their programs. In fact, if they truly believe in their program, they will run it for free, or at least for very little payment. If those government officials do not want to run their own programs, passionate, happy partiers will gladly participate. The happy partiers are willing to contribute and will be happy to do so, often at no cost or perhaps very little cost. Why might they do it for very little or no pay? Passionate people are glad to lend a hand. They aren't motivated by a paycheck. They are motivated by results and a feeling of satisfaction for a job well done. Plus, you are starting to see that many of these government jobs will not require much time or commitment. Once happy partiers fill the role of key governmental positions and the 4 pillars are in place, there will not be much need of governance. Therefore, facilitators and public servants will not be needed often. Only in the beginning to move the government departments in the right direction, and occasionally over time to make sure everything is running smoothly. Remember, though, that we the people can choose to pay these fine folks if we want to. But I imagine many will be willing to work for little or no pay. In this way, not only do we have motivated people serving the public is not spending nearly as much as they are now. This is why the 4 pillars create a more efficient and inexpensive culture in government. I am one of these passionate people. I am one of the people described above. As an interested party, I am happy to lend whatever help I can to certain causes that I care about, and I'm happy to do it for free or for very little pay. In this book, I will describe 3 things I'm passionate about: library alternatives, my Get to Work program, and a Social Security alternative. I will discuss the latter 2 in Chapter 6, called Alternatives, but I will discuss my library alternatives here. I'm excited to tell you about my love for my county library system, as well as 3 interesting encounters that I've had while using it. My love of the library. Despite never reading books as a young adult, I started devouring books after I got a job which required traveling. Spending a lot of times on airplanes and in hotel rooms provides a perfect opportunity to dive into books, which I did in earnest. I worked that job for over 6 years, and while I don't work there anymore, my love of reading has stayed with me. I have visited my local library branches every Monday for the past 17 years, and I have introduced my son to my love of reading. He has read more books before age 13 than I probably did before age 30. The county library system that I use is fantastic. It is one of the highest rated library systems in the country, and I love the services it provides. I've used multiple branches over the years, but I typically visit 2 of them which are near my home. I'll call them the South Branch and the Lake Branch. My library system has an easy-to-use website where I can search for books and place them on hold. I can choose which branch where I want to pick up my holds, and when I'm finished with the book, I can return it to any branch in the county. When I place a book on hold, I can choose to pick it up immediately if it's available, or I can change the pickup date to any day, even years into the future. When I visit either the South or Lake Branch on Mondays, I usually head right for the hold shelf, find my books or DVDs, and head straight to the self-checkout. My visits usually take less than 2 minutes. I love the library so much that I took a part-time job at one of the branches. I'll call it the River Branch. I only worked there for 3 months, but I checked out enough books that I had a pile of them in my house for over a year before I read them all. It was then that I started using the website to space out my hold books, so I would get a new one every 2 to 4 weeks, rather than having them all show up on the same day. My hold requests are often maxed out on my account. There's a limit of 30 items either checked out or on hold for each account. So now I sometimes use my son's account to put things on hold for me. Don't tell the library I do that. I tell you all this so you can understand how much I utilize, enjoy, and care about my library system and the services it provides. Because now, I'm going to pick on it a little bit. Shunned books at the Lake Branch. A couple years ago, I took 4 paperback books of mine into the Lake Branch with the intention of donating them. I have donated books many times at other branches over the years. They always accept them and then put them on the for sale shelf and sell them for 50 cents or $1. Personally, I always thought that a better use of the books would be to see if they are needed in the stacks at any of the branches, but I never said anything. But this time, when I took them into the Lake Branch, which had just recently been built, the lady at the front desk looked confused. Here is the interaction. Curt says, "Hi, I'd like to donate my books." Lady says. Confused look, brief silence. "We don't take those here." "Oh, I've donated in the past." "But we don't take them at this branch." "You don't put them on a for sale shelf anymore?" "We don't have one here. You can take them to other branches." Now, at this point, my year's worth of curiosity regarding donations has taken hold. "Could you just take them and see if you need them in the stacks?" "Oh no, we would never do that." "Why not?" "We only use books that we order through our system." "But I'm standing here with free books. It would take a minute to see if any branch in the county could use them." "No, the only books we put out are the ones we order." "But you have to pay for those, and I'm willing to give you mine for free. You could take other patrons' books and save a ton of money." "We only order them. That's how we do it." "Why?" "Because it's the government." And there it is. Because it's the government. Translation: this is the way the government has it set up, and there's no way we are deviating from that. I understand policies and procedures. Throughout my career, I've worked for many businesses of many different sizes: mom and pop stores, small companies, and huge corporations. I've also started and run a few companies of my own, which is why my brain lights up when I encounter what I think is a better way of doing things. So I left the Lake Branch, took my poor shunned books, and found a little free library in my neighborhood to rehome them. Since this interaction, I have donated roughly 100 books to 2 little free libraries within walking distance of my house. Granted, I could drive to other branches to donate them for the for sale shelves, but the Lake Branch is the most convenient to me and the one I use the most. I'm not going to spend extra time and gas to drive somewhere where my books can be sold for 50 cents and not used in the stacks. It's very rare that I actually buy books, since I get them for free after paying yearly property taxes for the libraries. There is no need to buy them. The only time I buy them is in rare instances when my county library doesn't have the book I'm looking for. Even then, though, they have a really cool service called interlibrary loan. If none of the branches in my county have the book I want, I can use their website to request an interlibrary loan, where they will search the entire country and ship it in if they find it. I have read books from Illinois, Arizona, Texas, and a few other states. But sometimes even the interlibrary loan comes up empty, so I buy a book. I usually go to eBay and buy the cheapest used copy possible. So here's the takeaway. Despite the fact that my library system is fantastic and I love using it, there are still opportunities for improvement. As one of the 335 million people, I proposed an idea that was not accepted due to the "it's the government" reasoning. And since all the 100 books that I put into the little free library were ones that were not available in the county library system, that's 100 books that are still unavailable to other patrons who may have wanted to read them. And I'm sure that I'm not the only one. There are likely thousands, even tens of thousands of other readers like me who live in my county that would be happy to donate their materials to the library system. If this were to happen, the amount of materials that would need to be ordered, shipped, and paid for would be drastically reduced, thereby drastically reducing the cost, paid for by property owners like me, of running the libraries. This is merely one example of how Pillar 1 can offer ideas to make our government programs run smoother, cheaper, and more effectively. But the way things are now, we don't have that choice. Instead, the small number of government workers have the only say in the matter. I have 2 more library stories for you. Brand new counters. Again. A year or so after the shunned book incident at the Lake Branch, I encountered another huge waste of money, this time at the South Branch. I went in to do some library business at the front desk. I saw a sign stating that the library was going to be closed soon due to construction. I asked the clerk what was happening, and he told me they were going to replace the counters at the front of the library. I looked down and noticed that the current counters were smooth concrete with a beautiful dark gray finish on them. They looked brand new, and to my recollection were indeed only a few years old after a previous remodel. And they looked like they would last 100 years. I asked the clerk why they were replacing them, and he said they didn't like the design. And they also needed a space at the end of the counters to be higher. This time I didn't ask any questions. Instead, I thanked him for helping me with my materials and I left. Of course, my entrepreneur brain started clicking. It seemed like a huge waste of money to remove the current counters simply to change the look, as well as to change the height at the end of the counters. I'm no engineer, but I'm sure there were cheaper ways of raising the end counter rather than demolishing the entire thing and starting from scratch. I wondered how many thousands, probably tens of thousands, of my and my fellow taxpayers' money was spent on basically changing an aesthetic. Strange design. This final story might be the biggest head scratcher. For this story, we go back to the Lake Branch. The Lake Branch opened in April 2022. In addition to housing books, DVDs, and other library materials, this particular branch has many additional features. There is a rooftop garden where patrons can gather, relax, and enjoy the outdoor views. There's an art gallery with regularly rotating exhibits, a dining cafe, and an AV lab for making podcasts, videos, and audio recordings. Yes, it all sounds very cool, and it is. But we know that none of these things are necessary for a lending library. I don't want to know how much taxpayers had to shell out for all that stuff. And before you call me Scrooge for pointing that out, remember that this is the same library service that would rather spend money ordering in books rather than accepting them for free, because it's the government. Perhaps all that fancy stuff could have been paid for by money saved from donations and dozens of other Pillar 1 ideas. Still, my beef isn't even with the beautiful building, and it's definitely a thing of beauty, and all of its extra features. It is this. The entrance to the library is oddly placed. Picture this. The building is situated on the corner of a block. It faces the main street, and the side street of the building runs along a side street, and there is a large parking lot in the back of the building. There are no front doors. Granted, maybe they don't want a lot of foot traffic near the main road where auto traffic and a public transit is, so I can let this pass. But there is no access in the back of the building either. Since the parking lot is in the back, it makes perfect sense that one would walk into the library after parking the car, but not at the Lake Branch. I visited over half the branches in my county, and if memory serves, every one of them has access doors in the back with the parking lot. It just makes sense. So what gives with the Lake Branch? Who knows? But the access doors are on the side street, a further walk. Now, a further walk for me is great. I love the added exercise. But it may not be convenient for other people, especially seniors or physically challenged. Despite the unusual design, entering the building from the side street has never been a big deal. Patrons like me didn't use the back parking lot, but instead used the side street parking. But here's the head scratcher. 2 years after the library opened, construction began again. Realizing most people were parking on the side street and not in their huge back parking lot, the library restructured the side of the building's landscaping and sidewalks. 2 new sets of concrete stairs, a new sidewalk access, and pathways were built. I suppose the library thought it was doing a service by adding more ways to access the doors from the side street, even though everyone was making do with it for the past 2 years anyway. I wonder how many more thousands, probably tens of thousands of dollars was spent to correct an issue that should have been anticipated during initial construction. What's worse, none of us had any problems getting into the side doors anyway. The 2 sets of stairs and the extra pathways are all superfluous. We've all heard the notion that government has to spend its money or it won't get as much next year. Maybe this was one of those instances. Local alternatives. Again, I love my library system. I consider myself very fortunate that I can visit many fantastic branches that bring me immense joy. But these three situations are what I call local alternatives. Local alternatives are when Pillar 1 can lend a hand in running our taxable services and departments. When 335 million of us put our heads together, we can aid the 536 in many situations, which makes things better for all of us. When we, the people, run our government services, we do it cheaper, quicker, and more efficiently. State and federal alternatives. Local alternatives are on a local scale: neighborhood, community, commonwealth, province, city, or in the case of my library ideas, county. There are also state and federal alternatives. State alternatives can apply to an entire state, while federal alternatives can apply to the entire United States. There are many alternatives listed in Chapter 6. As previously mentioned, two of mine are the Get to Work program, which is a state-level department which assists the working class finding, obtaining, and networking for jobs. The other is an alternative to our century-old Social Security program, which is a federal-level department. We know culture changes things better than government can. Smoking. Smoking cigarettes is very different culturally in 2024 than it was just 30 years ago. What happened? There were state and local laws passed in the mid-2000s which prohibited smoking in certain areas, but it's more likely that the biggest influence on smoking cigarettes was a series of TV commercials produced by the Truth Initiative, which aired in the late 1990s. These commercials targeted youth smoking. These commercials, which can now be seen on YouTube, were aimed at teenagers and displayed effective and sometimes very graphic information regarding the dangers of cigarette smoking. These commercials informed kids how many smokers die per year, 1,200, how many non-smokers die per year from secondhand smoke, 53,000, and what the ingredients are in cigarettes: arsenic, carbon monoxide, and cyanide, among other things. This scared straight technique may have single-handedly scared teens into not smoking cigarettes. More impressively, it's possible that these ads changed the culture of teenage smoking forever. The Truth Initiative, the nonprofit organization which produced the Truth ads, claimed that in 2000, 23% of American 8th, 10th, and 12th graders smoked cigarettes, while only 6% did so in 2016, a mere 16 years later. The CDC, Center for Disease Control, also stated in a study published on July 28, 2022, that cigarette sales plummeted nearly 60% from 2000 until 2020. Granted, there was some government intervention during this time. In the mid-2000s, some state and local laws were passed that banned cigarette smoking in certain places: restaurants, bars, workplaces. But as of 2018, there are still 12 U.S. states that have no ban at all, and an additional 9 states which have fewer bans than other states. I ask you to use your common sense. Did 8th, 10th, and 12th graders drastically reduce their smoking habits because half the state and local governments told them to? Or did they quit because they were bombarded with commercials while watching MTV? To my knowledge, there has never been any kind of federal ban on cigarettes, and this is a good thing. If we had, we would have seen a cigarette committee execute many multi-million-dollar research studies paid for by we, the taxpayers. Then there would have been another extensive study on how secondhand smoke affects chimpanzees, followed another study on the smoking habits of Americans. After paying a task force, again with taxpayer money, to compile the data, the committee would then have to break down its findings based on age demographics, heavy smokers versus light smokers, and smokers using filtered and non-filtered cigarettes. These studies would cost an additional millions of dollars paid for by we the people. Then the committee would discuss its findings with Congress, who would enact smoking laws and regulations, and spend many millions more dollars setting up the Federal Department of Smoking, who would employ government agents to monitor and regulate the smoking habits and cigarette sales of Americans. Thank goodness none of this nonsense ever happened. What happened instead? a passionate group of individuals at thetruth.com, which still operates today, changed the face of smoking in a huge way. Remember, thetruth.com is run by the Truth Initiative, a non-profit organization. No government committees, no taxes raised, no Senate hearings, simply everyday folks from Pillar 1 who wanted to see a cultural change. And they got it. Unions. While some people equate unions with the Democratic Party, unions largely operate outside of the oversight and control of any government branch or function. The government has been known to pass laws, fund certain labor groups, and promote certain labor practices, but for the most part, labor unions are generally self-run and self-managed. In fact, many unions follow Pillar 1, in that they have volunteers within the unions which perform certain functions and fulfill certain roles. Unions also follow Pillars 2 and 3, which will be explained later in the book, in that they are free to operate as they choose, and they fund themselves rather than being funded by the government. Volunteer firefighters. The National Fire Protection Association, a U.S.-based international nonprofit organization, reports that over half of the firefighters in the United States are unpaid volunteer firefighters. This group of brave men and women started in 1896 and has helped protect Americans across the country. Not only do they fight fires, they help with emergency services, vehicle accidents, terrorist events, natural disasters, hazardous materials, water rescue, and other public service calls. The volunteer firefighters live and breathe Pillar 1. They volunteer their time and service for no pay because they believe in protecting and serving their fellow citizens. Gender-neutral restrooms. One of the most heated debates of the past decade has been men using women's bathrooms. Not only was it a firestorm in the media, politicians were weighing in on this hotly controversial subject. Many people vociferously took sides on the issue. Then, very quietly, it died down, and it's now generally obsolete. Why? Because sweeping laws were passed? Because justice was issued by the court system? Nope. Because private businesses took matters into their own hands. Walk into most establishments nowadays and you will find family bathrooms and/or a single bathroom. All genders can use these bathrooms. Everybody feels comfortable. Everybody's happy. Everybody wins. Pillar number 1 is already alive and well. As illustrated by the above examples, we know that Pillar 1 is already alive and well in the United States. At our core, we have at least a cursory, if not a deep love of our neighbors and communities. Many of us are willing to serve, often for free, to preserve and improve the conditions in which we all live. We don't need the government to tell us what to do. However, for those who enjoy the current system of governance, they can continue to support it. But government is a huge help. It does just as much good, if not more, than culture does. But the government has done some great things. Well, for some people, this is true. For others, it is far from the truth. Here's how the latter group feels. Yes, the government has done some great things. They are great at creating hatred, angst, paranoia, and fear among its citizens. Half of the country hates the other half. Friends unfriend friends on social media. Politicians and citizens are constantly at each other's throats. People live in a constant state of frustration and suspicion. Pillar 1 will completely eradicate this rancor. Everybody wins. Pillar 1 allows Democrats to be Democrats and Republicans to be Republicans. Each group can fund their own policies. Those who like Obamacare can fund it. Those who don't have to. Those who want a larger military can pay for it. Those who don't have to. Take any issue that you are passionate about, and you can fund it. And the ones who aren't passionate about it, don't fund it. Everybody's happy. Everybody wins. Once we reach this point, we won't waste time bickering, name-calling, and hating. because the 335 million will contribute to what they want, and all current and future policies will come to fruition from the people who want them the most. Wasteful spending. But we need to take the bad with the good. The government does good. Yes, it's good. Great, actually, at wasting our money. Run an internet search with government wasteful spending, and you'll hit an extensive list of examples where the U.S. government wastes hundreds of billions and sometimes trillions of dollars annually that they have taken out of the pockets of we the people. Taxes do good. Oh, you're not seeing the big picture. Our taxes do a lot of good. I completely agree with this. I'm guessing most Americans do too. But later in the book, I will discuss a much fairer and much cheaper form of taxation that will accomplish what we all want without government waste. We need these departments. Well, what about all the federal, state, county, and city departments? Education, agriculture, Ways and Means Committee, labor, health and human services, energy, commerce, and so on. Those aren't just helpful, they're essential. We need to pay for those. Not everybody feels that way. They may agree that we need to fund some of those departments, but not all of them. Pillar 1 is a change of culture where we, the people, will run and fund all, some, or none of these programs as we see fit. As it stands now, these federal departments require trillions of dollars annually. From data acquired from a few of the .gov websites, here are the estimated annual budgets for major federal departments based on 2024 fiscal year data. Department of Health and Human Services, $1.3 trillion. Department of Defense, $700 billion. Department of the Treasury, $580 billion. Department of Veterans Affairs, $200 billion. Department of Agriculture, $150 billion. Department of Transportation, $90 billion. Department of Education, $70 billion. Department of Homeland Security, $50 billion. Department of Housing and Urban Development, $50 billion. Department of Energy, $40 billion. Department of State, $30 billion. Department of Labor, $40 billion. Department of the Interior, $15 billion. Department of Commerce, $10 billion. These figures approximately total $3.355 trillion annually. That's over $3 trillion per year. But wait, there's more. The above list is eye-opening, but we also need to include several federal agencies and independent establishments. Here are some of the bigger ones. Social Security Administration, approximately $1.1 trillion. Note, this is largely mandatory spending for benefits. The National Institutes of Health, approximately $42 billion. Note, this is part of Health and Human Services, but is often budgeted separately. National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, approximately $23 billion. Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, $20 billion. Note, this can vary greatly depending on natural disasters. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, classified but estimated at around $15 billion. Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, approximately $9 billion. National Science Foundation, $8 billion. Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, $2 billion. Small Business Administration, $1 billion. Note, this can vary greatly, especially during an economic crisis. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, approximately $850 million. Federal Communications Commission, FCC, approximately $500 million. Federal Reserve System, self-funded, but transfers billions to the Treasury. And the United States Postal Service, which is self-funded, approximately $70 billion in revenue. Note, while self-funded, it often operates at a loss. These additions add roughly another $1.3 trillion to the total, with the majority coming from Social Security. Adding this total with the previous total brings us to $4.655 trillion per year. That means every American is paying $13,112.67 per year. When we divide $4.655 trillion by 355 million Americans, we get $13,112.67. Every American, voters, non-voters, Taxpayers, non-taxpayers, senior citizens, newborns, everyone is paying over $13,000 per year for the federal departments, agencies, and establishments. Is it worth it? It's not for me to say. That's a question that every American must answer for themselves. Some people think it's excessive. Others think it's money well spent. The good news is that by using Pillar 1 mindset, every American decides how and when that money gets spent and for which departments, agencies, and establishments. I'll explain this concept further in Pillars number 2 and 3 in this book. Oh, wait, there's still more. The above data merely lists the cost of running the federal, meaning the nationwide, departments. The data does not include all the state, county, and city departments of the same ilk. So the $13,112.67 is not the full price tag when you add in all the other costs that we the people have to pay to non-federal portions of the government. Is there a cheaper way? When we the people fund these departments on our own, we will pick and choose which departments we want to use. And since these departments will be run by the happy party, they will be run much cheaper and more efficiently. As well-intentioned as politicians and government may be, we the people can do it better. Besides, we know that there are and have been many corrupt politicians. Pillar 1 eradicates them. Once the country is facilitated by happy partiers operating out of the 4 pillars, we will finally live in a corrupt-free culture and government. Sure, there will still be crime, but the environment that will be created by the 4 pillars of freedom will keep it to a very bare minimum. What is the value of lives lost and families devastated? Okay, well, despite the fact that government could do better with fulfilling political promises, avoiding political corruption, issuing fairer taxes, eliminating wasteful spending, and reevaluating essential government facilities and services, the government still does a lot of good. Yes, it's good. Great, actually, at sending our young people to die in wars. How many of our kids have been killed from political posturing? How many parents, spouses, and children have lost their loved ones due to our government's meddling in foreign affairs? How many trillions of dollars has been wasted on these fruitless efforts overseas? Here's a list of approximate deaths per conflict. World War II, 405,399. World War I, 116,516. Vietnam War, 58,209. Korean War, 36,516. Iraq War, 4,431. Philippine-American War, 4,196. Afghanistan War, 2,456. War on Terror and various terrorist groups, including Afghanistan and Iraq, approximately 350. Persian Gulf War, 383. Russian Civil War, 424. Somalia Intervention, 43. Dominican Civil War, 27. Panama, 23. Grenada, 19. Bosnian War, 12. Lebanon Crisis, 2. And the Kosovo War, 2. Total of 629,008 American lives lost. We will never know the cost that all their loved ones have paid. I know some of you will argue that we are looking out for our interests in overseas and these wars are necessary. Remember that Pillar 1 explains how we the people are free to contribute however we see fit. U.S. volunteers are free to travel to other countries and fight in wars and other conflicts. We the people can send our own money and weapons overseas. Americans can still participate in these foreign conflicts. The difference is that government does not mandate anyone to do so. Incidentally, you may have noticed that I left certain wars off the list. Since the Civil War, 620,000 deaths, was a war amongst ourselves and many soldiers were volunteers, I didn't think it'd be fair to hold the U.S. government accountable for that one. Obviously, one could argue whether this war was even necessary, but I leave that to others to debate. Also, there were many wars which took place during the founding and development of the United States colonies and territories. Revolutionary War, 25,000. War of 1812, 20,000. Various Indian wars, approximately 19,000. Mexican-American War, 13,283. And Spanish-American War, 2,446. And I was unclear as to how many soldiers were volunteers and how many were sent by the government to fight. While the Boxer Rebellion, 131 deaths, was fought overseas, I was again unclear as to whether our soldiers were volunteers or sent by our government. And finally, I didn't list the 2,977 who were brutally slaughtered by Islamic terrorists on 9/11/2001. The time has passed. Our current form of culture and government is long overdue for a change. Even though America has made great strides over the past 248 years, now is the time to do much better. If the 4 pillars of freedom had been followed for the past few hundred years, here is what would be different today. There would have been no wars, slavery, multi-trillion-dollar government debts, unfair taxation, excessive crime, Jim Crow laws, hatred between people of different class, levels of education, and skin pigment. There would have been greater worldwide prosperity, superior improvements in health and medicine, better educational institutions, peace among all peoples, more effective trade, a greater acceptance of diversity, and better wealth distribution. America, home of the free. America is called the land of the brave and home of the free. We certainly enjoy many freedoms, but are we truly free? Think about that for a minute. Think of all the decisions you make and the choices you take. Do you have unfettered freedom? More importantly, does everybody in America have unfettered freedom? The answer is emphatically no. America currently enjoys many civil freedoms: freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of expression, freedom to protest, and many others. But freedom of association, especially in the business world, doesn't fully exist anymore. And freedom of speech is becoming more limited. Again, more so in the business world and not through laws. Yet, while Americans enjoy most civil freedoms, economic freedom is a different story. The 4 pillars of freedom allow all political parties, groups, affiliations, religions, beliefs, and philosophies to coexist and function peacefully. To my knowledge, this is the only system in history that allows this. It's a numbers game. In this day and age where some Americans are focusing hard on diversity, equity, and inclusion, Pillar 1 is extremely attractive. 335 million is by far more diverse, equal, and inclusive than a mere 536. 335 million includes children. It doesn't matter how old you are or who you are. If you have a good idea, you can contribute. Remember the list earlier in the books of the kids that made a huge difference to society? If they can do it, you can do it. Anybody can make a difference. You make a lasting impression on society and humanity. Don't wait for someone else to do it. Wake up your brain. We have put our brains to sleep, thinking that these 536 people are going to run everything and solve all our problems. We, the people, the 335 million people, can run everything and solve all our problems. Within the 335 million are experts on running everything and solving all our problems. They are experts in law enforcement, education, banking, business, energy, labor, the military, social services, environmental services, and so on, who are more than well equipped to handle the issues facing us today and beyond. They are experts in their field. The government are experts. But the people who work in the government departments are experts. Are they really? I'm sure many of them mean well, but how many of them do their work simply for a paycheck? How many of the 335 million think that they can do a better job than a politically appointed government official who often needs to follow party lines? How many of these 335 million would work in these departments because they love the mission? My guess is all of them. What are the 536 mostly expert in? Making promises, saying the right things, making inspiring speeches, looking good for the cameras, and campaigning on ideals that do not always, or even often, come to fruition. They say and do things primarily to get votes. They want votes so they can get into power. Once they get into power, what happens? We the people pay their salaries. The 536 get paid no matter how the country performs. If their policies don't work, are they held accountable? Never. They simply blame the other party for the failure of the policies. What's worse is American citizens buy into all of this. They fall for the sales pitch that our leaders can't fix problems because the previous president left everything a mess. Or they can't fix problems because the opposing party members in Congress keep voting against them and/or won't sign a particular bill. Sound familiar? We hear stories like this in the news every week. In the meantime, few things get done, and we, the people, pay the price, both financially and with our stress levels. We pay them a hefty salary. Many of them benefit from our generous money for most of their adult lives. Think about that for a minute. What motivation do they have to make America better? More specifically, what motivation do they have to make everybody happy? None at all. The two-party system needs to exist to keep this cycle of conflict going. Republicans and Democrats bicker back and forth, and Americans waffle back and forth throughout time while they search for peace, happiness, and consistency in their lives that they will never fully get. The only people constantly winning are the politicians. If you like your politicians, you can keep them. As I mentioned earlier in the book, for those Americans who think that their politicians is best suited to manage the policy they want, we the people can pay them for it. For those who support Obamacare, they can pay someone and maybe a staff to run it. Barack Obama would be a perfect CEO for Obamacare. The 69 million people who voted him into the presidency can pay him to run Obamacare. That way, the Republicans will be unable to get in the way of his vision. And those who do not support socialized medicine can spend their money elsewhere. Everybody pays for what they want, and they don't pay for what they don't want. Everybody's happy. Everybody wins. 5% is a small number. Or is it? I get it. Not all the 335 million are going to be interested or capable of contributing ideas to society. But if only half of that number contributes, that is still 167,500,000 people. A massive number compared to a mere 536. So only half of the country still makes a huge difference. Let's scale that down even further. If only 5% of Americans take any kind of role in promoting and maintaining a perfect society, that's still 16,750,000 people. Still a massive number compared to 536. And who is more motivated to improve society? We the people who live in and among society? Or a tiny group of people comprised mostly of career politicians whose main concern is getting elected? 1 million is a huge number. We went from 50% to 5%. Let's get even smaller. If only 1 million Americans, a massive number compared to 536, took part in shaping the country, that's less than 1% of the American population. In fact, 1 million Americans is only 0.29% of 335 million. But that number of people is still 1,865 times bigger than 536. So it's easy to see that even a very small percentage of we the people can use Pillar 1 to make a huge impact on life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Get rid of them. There are people who are angry at Republicans for doling out favors to businesses. The favors come in tax loopholes, laws, grants, and bailouts. People believe that Republicans are in cahoots with the rich business owners and the fat cats on Wall Street. How do we fix this? Get rid of them. Get rid of the Republicans so they can't do any more unfair, underhanded deals with the rich. There are also people who are angry at Democrats for putting critical race theory in schools and indoctrinating children into Marxist ideas. They believe that Democrats are trying to ruin America by teaching anti-American rhetoric. How do we fix this? Get rid of them. Get rid of the Democrats so they can't do any more damage to American culture, especially to our youth. How do we get rid of them? Replace them with happy party facilitators. Remember that happy party electives are called facilitators. They are not called politicians because they do not offer policies. They are not governors because they do not govern. They are not the president because they do not preside. They facilitate the 4 pillars of freedom. The 4 pillars are unchanging standards by which all Americans and world citizens can have true freedom and harmony. Facilitators ensure the 4 pillars are followed in all government functions. Let's flip that switch. Throughout my years as a homeowner, I always kept my thermostat set on auto, so my heating or air conditioning would kick on when the house reached a certain temperature. A few years ago, my HVAC unit conked out and I had to replace it. After the technician installed a new one, we talked about its and my new thermostat's operation. One of the things he told me was that it's best to leave the thermostat on fan on instead of auto. What? I said. That's going to run up my electric bill. I can't have that. He replied that my electric bill will actually be less, because by keeping the air circulating in the house, the heater and air conditioner won't be running as often. So not only would I save money on my electricity bill, I will also save wear and tear on my new HVAC unit. I was especially convinced when he told me that fan on would also keep all my home's 3 floors' temperature more even. In the summers, the basement won't seem freezing while the first floor is temperate and the top floor is hot. Over the next week after my new install, I used fan on instead of auto, and sure enough, my entire home was more temperate and comfortable. So after years of auto and years of sweltering top floor temperatures in the summer and ice-cold basement temperatures in the winters, I learned in 5 seconds how to make my life better. Just like this book, you are learning very quickly that with a quick flip of the switch in culture, we the people can very quickly create a perfect society. Humans are resilient. For better or worse, humans are resilient. They get used to stress and strife and they deal with it. If all we did was flip a switch, there would be more balance, peace, and happiness in the world. But we deal with the heat in the house, or the stress and the inconvenience of cultures and governments' everyday life. We accept it as, that's the way it goes, when a simple flip of a switch would make our lives much easier and more comfortable. So let's flip that switch, people. We can flip that switch. We, the people, can run this country. We can create a perfect society. More efficient, less expensive. When we, the people, instead of the government, run our taxable programs, they will be more efficient and less expensive. Remember my library story? Consider the outrageous cost of ordering books when readers are willing to donate them for free. Libraries put patrons' donated books on the shelves instead of ordering them from library suppliers. And they should also encourage authors to donate a certain number of books to the library system. Personally, I'm happy to donate multiple copies of this and other of my books. Decreased ordering costs means the library is more affordable. Consider all the other taxable services as well. If we decided that we want to keep all the current taxable services as is, their costs would go way down after we the people analyze how they work and how we can make things more efficient and more affordable. Maybe we'll find that our taxable services can be 50, 60, even 70% cheaper than they are right now. There are millions of people right now who work in government that can implement cheaper and more efficient ways of running current government programs. They will jump at the chance to do so as soon as we elect happy partiers who promote Pillar 1. For more ideas on how to improve our government programs, see Chapter 6 of this book titled Alternatives. How can we the people save this much money on taxable services? First, use Pillar 1. Even if only 5% of we the people contribute to decision-making, that's over 16 million minds solving a problem that only 536 currently does. All we need are a couple of good ideas and we can start saving money immediately without seeing a drop in quality. Second, ask the people who work in these departments for their ideas. There are millions of people working in our public services that have ideas on how their departments can be run more efficiently and less expensively. Let's ask them how to do it. Third, After we ask the government workers, let's ask the general public. They have great ideas as well. Fourth, look for volunteers. Most of them will work for free or for a very low salary. They are passionate about serving the public and will gladly work toward making it better. They will be elected as facilitators to replace any of the 536 that will not convert to the Happy Party. Public servants will volunteer and/or be hired to run the various government programs. Fifth, what other ways can you think of? Write them down now and share them on everybodyshappy.com and on the Perfect Society social media platforms. It's too complex to change. Curt, we can't change our governmental structure. It's too complex. There are too many departments, too many people, and too many moving parts to it. Of course we can change it. We built it. We can change it. Since we created it, we can uncreate it. Over the decades and centuries, we have built our current system of culture and government. We, all of us, are responsible. We, the people, allowed it to happen. We elected politicians to build the current system. Conversely, we can elect happy party facilitators and public servants who can make much-needed changes to our current system. We only need 55%. Okay, it's not too complex to change, but how are we going to get everyone to vote for the Happy Party? We don't need everyone. We only need 55%. 55% of voters is all it will take to ensure we make these much-needed changes. 55% of the voting public across the country will elect facilitators and public servants who will enact and repeal laws to implement the 4 pillars of freedom. It is that simple. Only 55% of the voting public is needed. 51% might do it, but a little extra buffer would be helpful since America uses the Electoral College instead of the popular vote. It's easy. It's easy to get 55% of the vote. Think of how many people are currently disenfranchised with the current system. People have been dissatisfied for decades, and the numbers keep growing. Democrats and Republicans alike have been frustrated for decades. Most, if not all of them, will quickly move over to the Happy Party. And the media will help. It's easy to see that new media from both parties are hungry for big change in the U.S. Citizens in both major parties are frustrated and scared, and members of the smaller political parties are as well. It's safe to say that more than 55% already exists, and the voters simply need a name to attach their hopes and desires to. Happy partiers in the Happy Party implement the 4 pillars of freedom into current government laws, departments, and functions. We, the people, elect facilitators to fill the roles of president, governor, mayor, judges, and council people. Public servants fill the roles of government bureaucrats. Once these people are in place, they make slight changes in the inner workings of government and then stand back and allow Pillar 1 to practice the 4 pillars of freedom forevermore. It's that simple. Once the Happy Party facilitators and public servants create laws and standards based on the 4 pillars of freedom, everybody's happy and everybody wins. We can do this. Why can't we all just get along? For as long as the American experiment has existed, there have been 2 political parties battling it out. We have been arguing since the inception of our country. It got really bad after the 2000 election when the Republicans were accused of stealing the election. Disagreements were more heated than ever, and it's risen to a fever pitch in 2016 and in 2020. During both elections, there were accusations of voter fraud. Can we all get along? In the Happy Party, which is a one-party system, everybody wins. And for the first time in American history, we can be the children of true freedom. We can be the first society in America to truly work together. The rest of the world will see our example, and they will soon follow suit. We will show the world how to think and act like a perfect society. Pillars 1 and 2 are the correct mindset, while Pillars 3 and 4 are the correct actions. When the 4 pillars are practiced, America, and then the world, will have a perfect society. Generational hatred. Republicans and Democrats have always bickered. But with the advent of new media in the 1990s and social media years later, it has grown exponentially, not only among the politicians, but among the citizens. People are calling each other vile names, wishing each other dead, committing physical violence against each other, and accusing each other of hatred and stupidity. The venom is found along the entire political spectrum. And for what? Do you really think you're going to convince the other side that you're right? Granted, it occasionally happens, but it's a fool's errand if you think you're going to turn all of your opposition to your side. It hasn't happened in 250 years. Why would it happen now? Generation after generation has fought tooth and nail over politics and ideology. Each side vehemently argues against the other. It happens year after year and decade after decade until we all hit the grave. The Happy Party will change all of that. It's a pointless battle of arguing, suspicion, and distrust. In the Happy Party, there is no bickering, arguing, name-calling, or distrust. Everybody has a voice, and everybody can work together or separately to make America the best society on earth. Everybody has the power to do their own thing. They don't have to worry about other people getting in the way. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. What often happens is that if your party is not in power, you blindly vote for your party to gain power simply to remove the opposing party from office. But the person that you're voting for probably doesn't align with all of your values. If you belong to a political party, you really should agree with everything they say and with everything they promote. You really should agree with every single policy. Otherwise, you're going to vote in somebody who can negatively impact something you wholeheartedly believe in. But what happens is that there's a Republican in office, and Democrats are so angry with that Republican for whatever reason, and the Democrat only wants to get rid of them. So they just vote for the Democrat because he or she is a Democrat. They see their Democrat as a superhero that's going to save us all. The politician with a D on their chest will deliver us from the evils of those villains with an R on their chest. And the reverse is true. Those who worship the superhero with the R on their chest think that their hero can deliver them from the villain with a D on their chest. And back and forth it goes, year after year and decade after decade. What we all need is a superhero with an H on their chest. Only then will both sides, and all other sides, be happy and winning. We see throughout history that one party doesn't have power for long. Over time, the Democrat and Republican president is about 50-50. There is a Republican president 50% of the time and a Democrat president 50% of the time. Congress also goes through similar cycles. With the recent exception of Reagan-Bush, who lasted 12 years, it's often 8 years of one party's president and then 8 years of the other, or even 4 years of one and 4 years of the other. So it's back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth all through our years until we die. We've never had one person or party who completely represents everything we believe in or promotes all of the great stuff that we want until now. We need to get rid of that whole flawed system. Everybody's happy with the Happy Party. We are holding each other back. We hold each other back when we are negative to and around each other. When there is a positive environment, when people aren't so distrustful and suspicious of each other, we can get a lot more done. The country will be in a much happier state of mind, which will accelerate process and progress to such a degree that we have never seen in American history. The 2-year plan. Once we establish the Happy Party into current governmental roles by implementing the 4 pillars, we will see huge strides in social advancement, crime reduction, business practices, and overall health and happiness. We will not only improve the United States, we will be an example for the rest of the world to follow. Within 2 years, we will be light years ahead of where we are now. In fact, within only 1 year, we will move forward at such a pace that we never would have thought possible. There are specifically timed events described in Pillar 2, which the Happy Party will put into place. Once this happens, major changes will take place in less than a year. not the best of both worlds. It is the best of all worlds. We can escape the stranglehold of the current system. Everyone is free to contribute as much or as little as they want. Each person feels fulfilled, happy, and satisfied. Nobody is angry, stressed, or suspicious. Freedom to help others. When we all embrace we the people, each person is free to help all the people and causes that they want to help. The Democrats can help the poor, the minorities, the underprivileged, and underrepresented. How can they do that effectively today when Republicans consider to create obstacles for them? The Republicans can help the military, churches, and corporations. How can they effectively do that today when Democrats continue to get in their way? Curt, do we need to tear it all down and start from scratch? Absolutely not. We the people will decide how much of the current system and structure that we will keep. This will be fully explained in pillar number 3. I love pillar number 1. I am on board. I'm ready for more. Many Americans have been disenfranchised for decades with our current system of culture and government. With the advent of new media hastening our frustration, we have become even more hungry for change. Many of us already live in the ideas of Pillar 1, but maybe we haven't realized until reading this book that the idea of 335 million is better than 536, or that we the people can enact change quicker, cheaper, and more efficiently than politicians. Since most Americans and world citizens are already on board with Pillar 1, we can easily implement Pillars 2, 3, and 4. We the people. These 3 words are some of the most famous words in the past 250 years. Americans and the world over consider them to be some of the most powerful words ever written. Still, they are slightly flawed. In the preamble of the U.S. Constitution, it reads, "We the people, in order to form a more perfect union..." Wait. Think about those words. A more perfect union. While these words are inspirational, they do not describe a perfect society. They admit that we the people move society forward, but society is not moved toward perfection. The U.S. Constitution is an amazing and impressive document. Of the many things it covers is the process of we the people choosing, for the first time in history, elected officials to run the government. 250 years later, we are living exactly that, and we now have the mess that we know is out there in culture and government, and the solutions that are described in this book. We have a back and forth of ideals between Republicans and the Democrats, which has bred hatred, paranoia, contempt, fear, and many other negative and unproductive emotions. The Founding Fathers wanted to form a more perfect union, and they did just that. They formed a union which moved society toward perfection, but without reaching it. 250 years later, we can do better. We need to move society forward again. And this time, today, we can reach that perfect society. We can reach that perfect union. This book explains how. A perfect society is this. It is the perfect framework for citizens to live in. It does not mean that all human beings are acting perfectly all the time. That will never happen. The perfect society is the environment that will allow the greatest potential for everybody's happiness. We the people in the preamble marked a shift in the way human beings think. It was the time when it was decided that the people, not the government, should uphold the will of the country. The we the people in this book holds the same meaning that the Founding Fathers held, but today's we the people takes that meaning much further. With this book, we will achieve a perfect society beyond what the Founding Fathers ever dreamed possible. Chapter 3, Pillar number 2, Freedom, not Force. Freedom for all. I will choose a path that's clear. I will choose free will. Free Will by Rush. Pillar number 2 is an easy one. Pillar number 2 is In a perfect society, America and the world should be run on freedom and not force. Well, gee, Curt, you might say, that's a no-brainer. Of course the world should be run on freedom and not force. And for the most part, it is run on freedom. We outlawed slavery 160 years ago, and we're currently working to outlaw the last remnants of suppression of certain peoples. Besides, force is for Nazis. Let's move on to Pillar 3. Now hold on there, hero. Let's make sure we all have an understanding of what freedom is in all of its formats. Force is rampant in our culture and especially in our government. And we don't even realize it. For those of you, and I believe that it's most of you, who truly want to live in a free and perfect society, we have to recognize where force is and make sure we turn it into freedom. Samuel the Frog. Before we dive into Pillar 2, I'd like to tell you a story about a frog named Samuel. Once upon a time, in 2009, there was a green tree frog named Samuel who was living in the wild. One day, a scientist came through Samuel's neighborhood looking for a frog for an experiment. Spotting Samuel, the scientist picked him up, gave him a pat on the head, and introduced himself. "Hello, frog. I'm Alex the scientist." Alex waited for Samuel to introduce himself, but alas, frogs don't speak human. "I'd like to perform a little experiment with you, if that's okay." Again, Samuel didn't reply, so Alex took Samuel's silence as consent, and he carried him to a science lab. Alex postulated that cold-blooded creatures like frogs might be impervious to gradual changes in temperature and therefore not be affected by them. This is contrary to warm-blooded creatures like humans who frequently self-regulate themselves within various environments by maintaining a generally steady temperature of 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. To begin his hypothesis, Alex started boiling a pot of water on his lab stove. Then he retrieved his camcorder from his lab closet so he could film his experiment for all the world to see. After all, our story takes place in 2009, which is after the birth of YouTube in 2005. So Alex is naturally going to post videos of all of his activities. Speaking of YouTube, have you visited the Perfect Society channel yet? Stop listening to this book for a moment and go check it out. We have plenty of fantastic videos. There is even one of me reading this book to you. When you like, comment, subscribe, and especially share the Perfect Society's videos, the algorithms send the videos out to the public. The quicker people hear our message, the quicker we can create the perfect society. Back to our story. After the water came to a boil in the pot and scientist Alex's camcorder was ready to go, he picked up Samuel. He brought the frog close to the pot and Samuel started feeling the heat. He crawled up Alex's arm to get away from it. Then, Alex's video on YouTube cuts to a different shot of the stove. There's now a skillet of water with a thermometer next to it showing the water is at room temperature, 69.4 degrees Fahrenheit, not at the boiling temperature of the previous video. Alex then places Samuel into the skillet water and Samuel sits there comfortably. Who knows what Samuel is thinking? Maybe that he wants some lunch. Now it's time for Alex to test his cold-blooded creature hypothesis. He turns on the burner under Samuel's skillet. Filming continues while Alex increases the temperature in the skillet. We see the thermometer in the video rise to 80.7, 81.6, 83.1, 86.7, and finally 94.2. Samuel continues to sit among the ever-heating water. The video then cuts to a disturbing image of the water in the skillet boiling, while a green frog lays motionless in it. Alex has killed poor Samuel, while proving his theory that cold-blooded animals do indeed adapt to gradually changing temperatures to the point that it kills them. Epilogue. You'll be happy to know that the final video image is not Samuel, but a stunt frog, which is a rubber toy frog, that Alex used for his final video shot. He had taken Samuel out of the skillet long before Samuel would get hurt. It's a myth. It turns out that the boiling frog video is a myth. Cold-blooded creatures will not sit indefinitely in water coming to a boil and get cooked to death. Do you think Alex the scientist knew this before he shot his video? Do you think he filmed it in a shocking and dramatic way in order to get views on YouTube? Personally, I find that hard to imagine. I mean, really? People shamelessly plugging videos to get views? How tacky. By the way, have you visited The Perfect Society on YouTube and all of our other social media? If not, visit everybodyshappy.com and click on Follow Us on Social to get a complete list of where you can find us. Anyway, back to Samuel. The boiling frog myth has gained quite a bit of traction over the past years. Like the monkey ladder experiment, it has become a popular and effective anecdote for human behavior. When humans experience an extreme situation like boiling water, we easily recognize the danger and we usually avoid it. However, when we experience change in a gradual way, we often adapt to it. This is true even when the change is not for the better. Think of your own life. You often get used to the messes in your car or in your house. You let slide the times that your friends and family disrespect you. You don't go to the doctor right away to address a small pain. You get used to all kinds of uncomfortable things and you move on. For better or worse, human beings are very adaptable. People are adaptable. People adapt to most circumstances. This may explain why certain injustices throughout history went on as long as they did. Think back to all the past injustices that we find appalling today. We know that those in charge were doing wrong, and we are quick to point fingers at them. But it is interesting, and perhaps enlightening, to ponder how the people under those in charge were complicit in the wrongdoing. We know that people have broken away from overloads before, but I often wonder why it took so long. Maybe the answer is simple. The people allowed the injustices to happen to them. We get used to force. Just like we adapt to certain events in our daily lives, we adapt to using force in society. Like Samuel, we don't even notice it happening. Even in a free country like the United States, force is used every day. It's just a matter of recognizing it. And like the gradually boiling water in Samuel's skillet, we experience a little force here and a little force there, all of it adding up over time. While criticizing past examples of force, we don't realize that we are just as guilty today. Even though we know that using force is wrong, we do it all the time, just like societies in the past. Stop this audiobook for a minute and consider the examples of force in your own life. I bet a couple things come to mind pretty quickly. And if you sit and think about it for another minute or two, you can come up with a couple more. How does that make you feel? Do you enjoy the fact that you use force against others and they use force against you? Do you feel like you're getting robbed of certain opportunities? You are. Here's a tough question. Now that you feel a bit of anxiety about the force that you were subjected to, I have a tough question for you. What types of force are you comfortable with? Meaning, which types of force do you endorse using on other people? I'll bet most of you are appalled that I even asked that question. I don't endorse force. Are you crazy? I believe in freedom and everybody else should too. I'll bet $1,000 that every one of you listening to this is okay with using force against others. Are you mad now? Are you ready to turn off this audiobook and jump on the Perfect Society social media sites and trash my name? Before you do, let's do a little role play. The righteous gunman. Someone comes up to you with a gun and demands, forces, half the money in your pocket. You don't feel too good now, do you? Nobody would. But the gunman needed the money. So then it's okay, right? Well, of course not. Theft is theft, point already made. But let's make it worse. The gunman demands half your bank account. Now, do you feel better or worse? Obviously, you feel worse. But we're not done here. He also wants half of your clothes, half the value of your car, half the value of your house, and half the value of your future earnings until you die. Now how do you feel? This is an outrageous situation, isn't it? Thank goodness something like this could never happen. But it's been happening to you your entire life. Welcome to taxes. Oh, Curt, well, that's different. See? Immediately you change your tune. You rationalize it because you are used to it. Think back to the beginning of this session. Remember how I wrote that we get used to things? Humans are adaptable? Samuel the Frog would be proud. Theft is theft. Theft is theft no matter how you want to justify it. Maybe you think certain types of theft are okay, but it is still theft. It is still force. Many of you are already fed up with the American tax system and you've known for a long time that it's theft. Others of you still want to justify taxes, despite the gunman role play I just took you through. But don't worry, you'll eventually come around. Many of you listening to this have thought taxation is theft for a long time. Others have never heard this concept before, and for that second group, they're either right now enlightened beyond belief, or they're still justifying why our current method of taxation is okay. Taxes are fine. Theft is not. Think about it for a minute. Is taxation theft? I'm not talking about the value of what our taxation brings us. I doubt that too many people would say that all taxation is worthless. Think of all the things that most of us enjoy because of taxes. Roads, police, fire, law courts, libraries, especially for me, just to name a few. So I'm not disputing the value of what taxes buy. I'm talking about the method of tax collection. Is it theft? Of course it is. And your taxes are taken from you at gunpoint. Taxes at gunpoint. Okay, Curt, you say. Now you've totally lost me. It is absurd to think our taxes are taken at gunpoint. Taxes are taken at the cash register at Walmart and McDonald's. They're taken out of my paycheck. They're taken April 15th when my business or personal finances show that I need to pay. I don't see any guns anywhere. I'm done with your book. Before you go, let me open your eyes to the truth. You can accept it or not, because I believe in freedom, not force. But since you've listened this far, you might as well give me another paragraph before you bail. Some taxes are pretty much unavoidable. You can't buy a book at your local bookstore if you refuse to pay the tax portion of your purchase. Likewise, you can't buy a meal at your favorite restaurant without paying the tax. Point of sale taxes are unavoidable, unless you choose not to buy those items in the first place. But April 15th taxes and property taxes are different. Let's say you owe taxes next April 15th, or let's say you owe property taxes and it's time to pay your annual taxes. Either way, or both, you will get a bill from the IRS telling you to pay a certain amount in taxes by a certain date. Let's say you don't pay it. What happens next? If you don't pay your taxes, you'll get fined. If you don't pay your fine, you'll be subpoenaed to court. If you don't show up to court, police will come to your house with a warrant. If you don't let them in, they'll force their way in. If you try to fight them off, guns will be drawn. Do you get it now? Now, everyone understands that taxation is theft. Again, I'm not disputing the value of what taxes buy. I'm merely saying that our current method of taxation is theft. And to those who still don't get it, you need to think a little harder. Okay, so taxes are theft. How else are we going to pay for these wonderful things we all love and want? Glad you asked. Remember Pillar 1? We 335 million Americans can easily come up with better methods for everything that exists in culture and government. I have my own ideas for taxes and tax collection. I'll get into that later in the book. For now, just remember the first two pillars are mindsets, and the last two pillars are actions. It's only when we have the right mindset that changes will start to happen. Only when we realize that theft is theft and theft is wrong will we move forward as a nation and as a human race. Taxes are merely one example of force that Americans are okay with. If you think hard enough about other areas of culture and government, you will think of other examples of force. Pillars 1 and 2. Pillar 2 is a natural extension of Pillar 1. Remember that the pillars are sequential. Pillar 1 must exist in order to have Pillar 2. Pillar 2 must exist in order to have Pillar 3, and so on. Pillar 1 implies freedom, not force. Pillar 2 clearly states it. When freedom is at the heart of all our decisions and actions, our country will thrive like it never has before. It would be great if all Americans embrace and act on these two concepts, but even if 55% did, that would be enough to make crucial changes in culture and government. Free people are happy people. Free people are happy people. There are a lot of happy people in the United States. There are many others who are content. Happy and content are both mindsets of happiness and well-being. We have a lot of freedoms in this country. Legally and culturally, we have many civil freedoms. Freedom of speech, religious practice, association, assembly, petitioning the government. These freedoms are legally in place. However, in 2024, many would argue that some of these freedoms are being violated culturally and in private and public institutions. Even though Americans have legal civil freedoms, the same cannot be said of legal economic freedoms. As previously mentioned, tax collection is merely one example where Americans are not totally free. I'm sure you can think of more examples. Still, Americans enjoy many freedoms overall. However, a freer, or better yet, a totally free people, are going to be even more happy and content. When we are happier and more content, there is greater opportunity for even more happiness, more progress, better interpersonal relationships, increased job satisfaction, less violence, less crime, less angst, less paranoia, and less suspicion. The first rule of freedom is understand what freedom is. Freedom is letting people be who they are and do what they want to do if they don't impede other people's freedoms. That's it. Pretty simple, right? With this understanding, it is easy for anyone to look at any aspect of culture and government and realize which mindsets and actions are free and which ones are force. Freedom and force are the only two options. There is no in-between. There is no gray area. You either support freedom or you support force. Period. The end. The second rule of freedom is everybody has to want a free society. You and everybody else in America and the world must want freedom. This sounds obvious, right? You're probably thinking with an eye roll, well, duh, everybody wants to be free and everybody wants to live in a free society. After the taxes discussion, we now know that not everybody wants to live in a free society. And again, there are many other examples in culture of government that use force and not freedom. But the end justifies the means. It's okay to use force when it's for a good cause. What you really mean is, it's okay to stomp on someone else's freedom as long as I get what I want. Come on now. You know that's not how things should be. Theft is theft. Theft is wrong. It's either immoral or unethical or both. Even if the end does justify the means, it's never a good thing to use a bad thing in order to obtain that good thing. Besides, for the sake of argument, let's say that we all agree that it's okay to use force in order to achieve good things. Whose guidelines do we use? Mine? Yours? California's? Texas's? Democrats? Republicans? A communists? Socialists? Capitalists? Anarchists? You can see how silly the end justifies the means argument is when you realize there is no premise on which everyone can agree. Don't draft me to fight in your crusade. Whatever you are passionate about, whatever you believe in, feel free to fight that fight. If you want my help, ask for my help. Ask your fellow Americans for help. They may or may not give it. They, like you, are free to choose either way. Make a compelling case, and you will likely convince others to join your fight. If you can't, however, you shouldn't want to force anyone to do it your way. Are you a friend of force? If you feel like using force is the only way to make sure people do the right thing, I respect your opinion, barely, but this book is not for you. You do not want a free society, and you do not want everybody to be happy. You do not want everyone to have a chance to win at life. You want only some people happy, and you want winners and losers. If you have to use force to get what you want is not worth having. If it's worth having, you wouldn't need to force people to get it. Slave-master mentality. If you feel that you must force people to do your bidding, you have a slave-master mentality. I'm sure this statement is going to ruffle a few feathers, and I don't care. It is a true statement. If you feel that using force is the only way to get what you want, you may want to reconsider your morality. Is it moral to steal from another person so you can get what you want? If you want to force people to say prayers in school, you have a slave-master mentality. If you want to force people to pay for abortions, you have a slave-master mentality. If you want to force people to send money to other countries, you have a slave-master mentality. If you want to force people to pay for a border wall, you have a slave-master mentality. Other forms of slave-master mentality: forcing pacifists to pay for war, forcing businesses to do business with people they'd prefer not to, forcing people to pay for various service or products, forcing businesses to shut down. Self-regulating becomes self-governing. Well, gee, if we don't force people to do things that we need to be done, how are things going to get done? Most people know how to self-regulate. They responsibly get up each morning, take care of their family and/or go to work hard, pay their bills, enjoy their free time, plan for the future, go to bed, and do it all again the next day, day after day. We do many things on our own already. Adding a few more things into the mix is not a big deal. Since we know how to self-regulate, we know how to self-govern. A bunch of kids. Kids self-regulate all the time, and they also self-regulate each other. Watch any group of kids. It doesn't matter if they're best friends or total strangers. They find things that they have in common and that they enjoy doing those things together. If one of them steps out of line in some way, the others will call him out on it. Usually, that child will acquiesce to the group. If not, he chooses to leave the group and find another group, or do things on his own. Everybody's happy, everybody wins. There isn't a single kid or group of kids that forces the rest of the group to do things their way. The arcade. For those of us old enough to remember going to the arcade with a pocket full of quarters, you have self-governed. Remember how civil it was and how easy it was for everyone to have a good time? There was hardly ever any bullying or violence at the arcade. Not because it was regulated by the police or the government, or even the owners and employees of the arcade. There was usually just one person in there keeping a general eye on things. It was because human beings mostly behave themselves most of the time. Remember the culture at the arcade? You went in there with your quarters into the crowded arcade and stomped up to your favorite game. If someone was already playing the game, you quietly put a quarter on the tabletop. That told the player that you had next game. It was extremely rare that someone would ignore your quarter and hog the game. They understood the unwritten rule that there was someone else waiting to play. When their game was finished, they would walk away. So in a crowded arcade full of immature, uncivilized, undisciplined, uncultured, uneducated children, progress was made. Everyone was happy, and everyone won. We self-regulated ourselves. Human beings have an innate nature to self-regulate and self-govern, but for some reason, we give up this ability and power to other people when we become adults. As mentioned in Pillar 1, we each make millions of decisions throughout our lifetime. But when it comes to government rule, we turn over our power and our money to strangers. Self-defense. The only acceptable use of force of any kind is self-defense. If someone is attacking you or your country, then we can use force as self-defense. Zero tolerance for theft and force. As soon as a politician says that they want to steal our money to pay for one of their interests, we need to be firm and unwavering in denying their right to steal from us. We also deny their right to use force against us. And we also deny the right of our country to use force against any other country in any capacity. This is all clearly dictated in pillar number 2. Happy citizens. Happy citizens ride on the freedom train. Happy citizens are an extension of concerned citizens. Concerned citizens are the ones that would gladly offer their time and energy to running and maintaining the country. As I mentioned earlier in this book, I would be happy to volunteer my time to help my county library system. Despite the fact that I am very happy with the current system, I have a couple of ideas that would make things much less expensive. I'm not the only one. There are tens of thousands like me who live in my county. With Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, we can help the already amazing county library system be even better. The same principles apply to all other government functions. There are tens of thousands, perhaps millions of people who would be glad to offer time, expertise, and suggestions to make smoother that government functions that we have. When there are many volunteers helping to improve our government programs, change will happen quickly. All that need be done is tweak a few of the processes and then let the employees who already work there continue to run things. People that are concerned citizens are also happy citizens because they're happily putting in their own time and expertise into offering their solutions into building and maintaining the country. Happy citizens are also the citizens who enjoy the changes that will take place. They will get much better service at a much lower price. Happy facilitators. Our current and past politicians are excellent candidates to jump right in and serve as happy party facilitators for their number one passions. Talk about getting things done in a hurry. Barack Obama will be happy to serve as facilitator for the Affordable Care Act. Donald Trump will be happy to serve as facilitator for foreign trade. Chuck Schumer for voting rights. Rand Paul, foreign policy. Nancy Pelosi, women's rights. Mitch McConnell, judicial appointments. Robert Kennedy Jr., vaccine oversight. Vivek Ramaswamy, government facilities. All other current politicians will be happy to run programs they are passionate about. Once they move from Republican or Democrat to the Happy Party, positive change will happen at light speed. Remember, facilitators usually serve on a voluntary basis, whether the facilitator is a citizen, a current politician, or a past politician. The function of facilitator shouldn't be a full-time position, let alone a lifetime one. It is merely to facilitate the Happy Party's 4 pillars of freedom into every issue that faces American culture and government. Once these standards are put into place, the facilitator can likely leave their position, or at the very least, monitor it periodically. Chapter 4. Pillar number 3. Voluntary taxes. Economic freedom. There could be no such thing as fairness in taxation. Taxation is nothing but organized theft, and the concept of a fair tax is therefore every bit as absurd as that of fair theft. Murray Rothbard. Now that we have the proper mindset for American culture, pillars number 1 and 2, the rest is easy. Pillars 3 and 4 will provide the perfect government. Pillar 3 is voluntary taxes. Since we already clarified in Pillar 2 that taxation is theft, we know that voluntary taxes is the way to go. The question is, how will taxes be paid voluntarily? The answer is simple. There are many ways. There are many ways taxes can be paid voluntarily, and each person can decide how they want to pay them. For the rest of this chapter, I will list ways that I have thought of. However, remember Pillar 1. There are 335 million of us that can provide ideas. I am just one. I'm sure there will be millions of others who will make my ideas better or think up better ones on their own. There are 3 different ways to pay taxes. Number 1, the current way. Number 2, the current way with choices. Number 3, new ways. Everyone can choose one of these three methods of payment, and they can change their preferred method at any time. Since every taxpayer can choose which of the three ways works best for them, all these three ways can operate simultaneously within the government. Let's look at all three in order. Number one, the current way. The current way is the easiest. For those who are comfortable with the way things are now, they will continue paying their taxes in the exact same way. They will pay their taxes using the current methods of tax collecting. They will do what they've always done. Number two, the current way with choices. Some people are comfortable with the way things are now, but they want more choices. They can use the current method of tax collecting, but they will sign up for the services they want to pay. This method is much like the method used in many businesses. Upon hire, employees sign up for various types of insurance, and they might sign up for a 401k plan. For their insurance, they decide which insurance services they want and don't want. For their 401k, they sign up for how much they want to contribute and to where it goes. From then on, the appropriate amounts are taken out of their paychecks automatically and sent to the proper institutions. The exact same procedure will work for paying for taxable services. Number three, new ways. What are some new ways we the people might pay our taxes? There are many options. My favorite is EasyTracker. EasyTracker is a simple, quick, easy to use, and transparent system of paying and tracking taxes. There is a functioning example of EasyTracker on everybodyshappy.com. Other ways of paying taxes might include paying by mail, in person, or online. And there are millions of other possibilities when we start using Pillar 1 to come up with more great ideas. Can taxpayers move from one format to another? Yes. Let's say someone starts with the current way and a few months later they decide they want to use EasyTracker. Since our tax payments will be tracked and accounted for on an individual basis, it will be easy to move from one format to another. EasyTracker. EasyTracker is a tax payment system that I came up with while writing this book. It is an easy way to not only pay toward the taxable services of your choice, but it is also a transparent method of doing so. Currently, when we pay taxes, they seem to go into an endless black hole where there is no accountability and no tracking of where your money goes and how it's spent. EasyTracker is the exact opposite. Not only do you know exactly how much of your money is going to every taxable service of your choice, you will also know exactly what the budget is for each service and its current balance. You will also see every taxpayer's contribution by way of their EasyTracker username, the amount they paid, and the date that they paid it. Furthermore, once a taxable service has all the money it needs for a particular time frame, you will see a message saying, "Project completed. Please check later to pay for the service or pay now toward a different service." If you decide to go ahead and pay for a project completed service, EasyTracker will show a credit or a surplus for that service. EasyTracker is web-based, and I have plans to make an app for it. You log into EasyTracker and you immediately get to choose if you want to pay federal or state taxes. Paying federal taxes goes to the entire country, and state taxes goes to a particular state. Also, if you choose state on EasyTracker, you will get to choose to pay taxes within a state. So you can pay city, county, township taxes, and so on. Once you select federal or state, EasyTracker gives you choices for where your taxes go. For example, if you select federal, a new screen pops up and gives you all the federal tax choices. The federal departments are listed: Commerce, Education, Ways and Means Committee, Agriculture, Defense, Transportation, Health and Human Services, and so on. You choose which of those departments you want to send money to. For example, if you want to pay for highways and the military, but not for federal education, you select Transportation and Defense, but not Education. You then tell EasyTracker how much you want to send to each department. There is an option for one-time payment or for recurring payments. Once your payment is received by the Transportation and Defense departments, you will see a log of your username, amount paid, and date received, as well as the updated balance for that department. It's easy to see that EasyTracker is the way to go for people who want to pick and choose where to send their taxes. For me, I wouldn't pay the city school that I'm being forced to pay for now because my son doesn't go to that school. He goes to a school in a different city. So on EasyTracker, I would send that amount to his school city, but I would still choose to pay for my city's parks, libraries, and roads. Then I would go to the county option and pay for the county libraries. Another taxpayer may choose different options. Let's say they're a 30-year-old single person who doesn't like reading and has no kids. Rather than being forced by the righteous gunman to pay for libraries and schools they won't use, they might opt to pay larger portions toward roads and recreation centers. If you'd like to see EasyTracker in action, log on to everybodyshappy.com. Please note, however, that the EasyTracker on everybodyshappy.com is not currently connected to any federal or state facilities. That will happen after happy partiers are in the government and will implement EasyTracker for the government. The EasyTracker on everybodyshappy.com is being used to accept support from people who want to live in the perfect society as soon as possible. You can contribute to studio time, content creation, web design, merch, travel, and other expenses. If it's easier to send one amount and have us choose where it goes, there's an option for that too. Remember to create a username so you can see your payments and how they reduce the balance of each expense. Other new ways of paying taxes. Actually, the following new ways are not new at all. They've been used for collecting payments throughout history. In fact, some of these are older than the United States themselves. But to my knowledge, they have never been used for collecting taxes. It is now time to consider them. Fundraisers. Early philanthropy dates to the Middle Ages with the Christian tradition of weekly collections as well as soliciting gifts from wealthy people. Modern fundraising in the United States began in 1643, when Harvard University requested donations that would go toward a new college. Fundraisers can be used to collect money for taxable services. Kickstarters. Kickstarters are another form of fundraising, but they are usually found on social media platforms. Kickstarters are a form of crowdfunding. The first Kickstarter might be traced back to the British rock band Marillion. In 1997, the once popular Marillion had fallen out of fashion. However, the band still had a strong cult following. U.S. fans wanted them to do a tour in the States, but Marillion and its management couldn't bear the cost. U.S. fans were undeterred and used the band's digital forum to raise $60,000 for the tour, which Marillion ended up doing. 3 years later, Marillion again appealed to fans to help produce a new album. The fans came through again, and Arachnophobia, their 12th studio album, was released in 2001. Today, many bands and board game inventors, investment opportunists, personal and business lenders, movie producers, and many other walks of life use Kickstarters to help fund their projects. Personally, I contributed money toward Toad the Wet Sprocket's 2013 album, New Constellation. In 2022, there were an estimated 6,500,000 crowdsourcing campaigns launched worldwide. As of 2021, the United States alone had 1,478 crowdfunding organizations. Bake sales. Bake sales date back to the 1800s when women would use their domestic talents to assist their local charities. The concept of selling something, in this case baked goods, for a profit, and then donating the profits to various charities, has now broadened to other types of sales. T-shirt sales, races, walks, karaoke night, pub crawl, street fair, carnivals, paint nights, trivia nights, game nights, and thousands of other ideas. Lottery. We can keep the current lottery system, but instead of paying the lottery winner and having the rest go to schools, we can pay the lottery winner and the remaining funds are distributed over a wide array of services. Or maybe it just goes into a savings account or a money market fund, and we the people can somehow decide what to do with it. The possibilities are endless. Pillar 1 will figure it out. And since the lottery winner won't be paying taxes on their winnings, More people will be motivated to play the lottery, and thereby more funds are raised to pay toward our taxable services. Fundraising using large groups. There are many examples of fundraising coming out of large groups. Here are just a few. 1. From 1950 to 2010, the MDA Telethon ran a nearly 24-hour telethon over Labor Day and raised $2.45 billion for muscular dystrophy research and care. From 1966 until 2010, Jerry Lewis hosted the show and was assisted by many celebrity co-hosts. Number 2. Since 1969, PBS, Public Broadcasting System, a nonprofit organization, provides television programs to public television stations in the U.S. Each station regularly holds fundraisers, pledge drives, or telethons to solicit funds from private donations and grants. Number 3. Live Aid was a benefit concert held on July 13, 1985. 1.5 billion people worldwide watched the concert, making it one of the largest television events in history. $190 million has been raised for famine relief efforts in Africa. Sales of the music singles Do They Know It's Christmas, recorded by British and Irish acts, We Are the World, American acts, and Tears Are Not Enough, Canadian acts, also added tens of millions of dollars to the relief fund. Number 4. On September 21, 2001, American television networks Fox, ABC, CBS, and NBC organized America, a Tribute to Heroes, a benefit concert and telethon in the aftermath of the 9/11 terrorist attacks. It featured 21 musical performances and short spoken word messages from actors and celebrities. Some musicians, including Neil Young and Eddie Vedder, were seen working phone banks and taking pledges. The event raised over $200 million for the United Way September 11th Telethon Fund. Number 5. There are many American politicians that have a net worth in the tens of millions of dollars. Barack Obama, $70 million. Donald Trump, $4 to $6 billion. Nancy and Paul Pelosi, $43 to $202 million. George W. Bush, $50 million. Joe Biden, $10 million. Bill and Hillary Clinton, $120 million. Robert F. Kennedy, Jr., $15 to $50 million. Vivek Ramaswamy, $950 million to $1 billion. Mitt Romney, $300 million, just to name a few. Going forward, they will easily hold the most profitable tax fundraisers. They will hold telethons, Kickstarters, benefits, etc. on tax policies that they are passionate about and will generate excitement and tax dollars among those who share the same passion. Doing their tax fundraisers either annually or biannually might be all that's ever needed for raising all the money that we need for taxes. Round up. Many businesses are already using Round Up. When you buy your favorite pizza from Amelie's Pizza, there might be an option to round up your purchase from $17.19 to the nearest dollar. Your 81 cents will go toward a charity of the restaurant's choosing. This same method can be used to pay for taxes that Amelie's and other restaurants deem important. Roads in front of the restaurant, nearby parks, neighborhood rec center, children's services, and so on. Fees for services. Service fees are already in place for many taxable services. Perhaps this idea can be expanded. Fines for lawbreakers. Fines for lawbreakers is already in place for many taxable services. Perhaps this idea can be expanded. What about you? After hearing Pillar 3, I'm sure you've come up with a few ideas of your own. Start pursuing them today. If you need help, go to everybody'shappy.com and the Perfect Society social media. There you can share your ideas and either get people thinking about them or joining your cause. Put Pillar 1 and Pillar 3 to work today. The benefits of voluntary taxes. Taxes that are not taken from us from a righteous gun is benefit enough. But there are many more benefits. Everything will become less expensive. With taxes being voluntary, businesses could save a lot of money. They don't have to account for the expenses from taxes. First, they don't have to account for taxes and employees' payroll. Next, they don't need to factor in taxes while producing goods and services. This makes a huge difference. They don't have to account for taxes they will have to pay after gross profits earned, and will therefore not need to overcharge customers in order to cover those expenses. Businesses will benefit huge from voluntary taxes. With the money they will save, they will be able to build new factories, hire more people, have more money for research and development projects, and much, much more. Employees will also benefit in a big way. Every employed American will keep more of their paycheck, anywhere from 15% to 55%. Also, they will be able to save money twice. Once with an automatic increase in their income, and once while purchasing cheaper goods and services. Government spending. We all know that the American government spends and wastes trillions of the tax dollars that they steal from us. How much are we, the people, paying for certain things? You'd be surprised at the gargantuan amounts of money that are stolen from us for various causes. Here's a list of just a few of the services you are paying for. Keep in mind that this is not a judgment of whether these services are valuable. Pillar 1 decides that. This is merely a list of costs. The war between Russia and Ukraine. In May 2024, the United States pledged $175 billion to Ukraine to support its war effort against Russia, which started in 2022. As of the publishing of this book in summer of 2024, the U.S. has paid $53.6 billion of that pledge. Obamacare. According to the Congressional Budget Office, CBO, the Affordable Care Act costs $1.35 trillion over the 10-year period from 2016 to 2025. That's $1,350,000 annually. Trump's border wall. The cost of the border wall is significant. It is estimated to be the most expensive wall of its kind. As of October 2020, the price tag is $15 billion, or $20 million per mile, covering 738 miles of border. Environmental issues. While researching government spending for this book, my team learned that specific annual figures for total U.S. spending on environmental issues are not available. Wait, let's stop right there. One of the most controversial hot-button issues for the past few decades cannot provide annual figures. Which accounting firm are we using here? We are paying our taxes in good faith that environmental issues are being handled, but no one can tell us how much money we've spent, nor where it's gone? Imagine running your household finances like that. Honey, how much have you spent this month on going to sports bars with the guys? Gee, honey, I don't know, but speaking of which, I'm looking at our monthly budget. Can't account for how much you spend on clothes and shoes. Can you show me receipts for how much you spent? Oh, gee, honey, I don't have receipts. But I digress. We did find 3 figures that at least put some numbers to the question. First, in 2005, environmental tax revenue was $70 billion. Second, since 1993, federal environmental taxes and motor fuels excise tax, however much that happens to be, have remained consistent since 1993. Finally, there is discussion around implementing a $30 per ton carbon tax, which would cost $226 billion annually. TSA. The 2023 budget for Transportation Security Administration, TSA, was $9.7 billion, with the 2025 budget coming in higher at $11.8 billion. Money sent to Africa, $8 billion annually. Is it worth it? Now that we know some of the costs, let's talk briefly as to which of these costs are worth it. Some of you may think that some or even all of these things are worth the money. Some of you would rather not pay for some or any of these things. Currently, what you think doesn't matter whatsoever. You are forced by the righteous gunman to pay for it. How much do you pay? Considering the taxes we just talked about, in addition to thousands of various times that you are forced to pay taxes, the average American family in 2021 in the middle 20% of income earners paid $17,902 in taxes. Over a lifetime, the average American will pay 34.7% of their estimated lifetime earnings in taxes. How do voluntary taxes help create a perfect society? Voluntary taxes is where the big payoff happens. Under voluntary taxes from Pillar 3 and with the power of Pillar 1, enjoying freedom from Pillar 2, Americans choose which of these services they pay for, and they choose the amount they pay. Using EasyTracker or any other method, every American can decide which services to pay for. The people who want Obamacare pay for Obamacare. The ones who don't. Those who want to contribute to Ukraine's war efforts can send them money. The ones who don't. Those who want the border wall will pay for it. The ones who don't. And on down the line, from the trillions of dollars in federal taxes all the way down to the millions of dollars in local taxes. When this happens, people spend money on what's important to them, just like they do in their daily lives. And when this happens, everybody's happy and everybody wins. I spoke at the beginning of the book that many Americans are frustrated, paranoid, and angry about the situation with our culture and government. Pillar 1 talked about this frustration and anger stemming from 536 people telling 335 million of us how to live our lives. Taxes are a big part of that. With Pillar 3, this frustration and anger dissolve immediately. When we pay for what we want, everybody's happy. Everybody wins. The 3 ways to pay taxes. Remember a few minutes ago, I said that in a perfect society, there are 3 ways to pay your taxes: the current way with choices, and the new ways. When everybody's happy and everybody wins, you decide which way is right for you. But I'm still concerned about the schools and the roads. Without the righteous gunman, we'd have no schools or roads. Sure we would. People pay for things they want and need. You do it every day. Think of your own life. How do you spend your own money? Think of your household. You spend money on things you want. Everyone wants schools and roads, so everyone will pay for schools and roads. And with more efficient and transparent methods of tax collecting and reporting, the schools and roads will be much cheaper. Without the government bureaucracy serving as the middleman, the money for schools and roads will go directly to the contractors and construction workers. Construction companies will bid on jobs, and the people can choose which company to use. It is in the best interest of the construction company to do the best and fastest job possible, to leave a good impression on the people so the people might consider hiring them again. How much money is being paid to government officials to manage the roads? How much money do politicians pocket when they strike a deal with a construction company? How many politicians use a family member's construction company out of nepotism, rather than out of using the best qualified company? We will never have to ask nor answer these questions once Pillar 1 and Pillar 3 are able to make decisions on schools and roads. Best of all, when we eliminate all the government waste, schools and roads won't be nearly as expensive as they are now. How do we transition to the new tax system? 25% per quarter. Upon electing Happy Party facilitators, Pillar 3 would not start immediately. There will be a phasing out process from the current system into the perfect one. It will happen quarterly, announced ahead of time, and implemented at 25% per quarter. The phasing in process of Pillar 3 will be completed after 1 year. For example, let's say the Happy Party decides on October 2nd that they will initiate Pillar 3 on January 1st of the next year. They make an announcement and also post the information online so all Americans always know exactly when it's going to start, January 1st. Then, January 1st rolls around, an announcement will be made that Pillar 3 has begun, and there will be a 25% reduction in taxes collected in 90 days on April 1st, with an equal increase in worker incomes by 25%. Then there will be another 25% reduction on July 1st, with an equal increase in income, and so on. 25% on October 1st, and finally, 25% on the following January 1st. A year is plenty of time to adapt to this new method of free and fair payments. Besides, Happy Party facilitators will be elected all across the country based on their implementation of the 4 pillars of freedom. Voters will already understand that the phasing in of Pillar 3 will happen. Once it does, and while taxpayers are enjoying their additional incomes, they have plenty of time to decide which programs they want to fund. And the people who run the government programs will have time to adapt to any new ways of collecting money. Chapter 5, Pillar number 4, Laws. Legal freedom. You want me to respect the law? Then make the law respectable. Violet Miller, Anne Marie Duff. There are laws that enslave men and laws that set them free. King Arthur, Sir Sean Connery. The final pillar completes the blueprint for the perfect society where everybody's happy and everybody wins. Since the pillars are sequential, Pillar 4 is a logical and easy final piece of the freedom puzzle. We now have the proper mindset that we the people are a much more effective group than 536. We know that freedom is always better than force. Our ability to spend money how we want is going to create a flourishing environment. So the final pillar completes the environment of perfection. It is the easiest pillar, as it needs the least amount of change. When it comes to laws, there are 3 sets of laws under the 4 pillars of freedom. Number 1, laws based on theft. Number 2, travel laws. Number 3, child protection laws. Let's start with the final 2 first, as most of them will stay the same. Travel laws. These are laws involving land and air travel. When it comes to automobiles, I think we would all agree that all road laws are fair and appropriate. Speed limits, turning laws, traffic signs, and signals seem to be working just fine. The Happy Party will keep all these the same. As far as air travel goes, the same applies. Like road travel, air travel laws are fair and appropriate. Child protection laws. Like travel laws, child protection laws are already sound. While they still should be scrutinized under the lenses of the 4 pillars, my guess is that they will also all stay the same. Laws based on theft. This set of laws will need an overhaul. There are current laws that need to stay on the books, and some that can be removed. For a perfect society, both in the United States and in the world, all laws based on theft will provide the most happiness, peace, and safety. Fortunately, these laws are already easy to identify. Rape is theft of a woman's right to her body. Murder is theft of a person's right to life. Fraud is theft of the truth in order to deceive, usually in a business setting. Robbery and burglary are theft of property. Assault is theft of a person's emotional autonomy over their body. Battery is theft of a person's physical autonomy over their body. Of course, this is not an exhaustive list, but you can see logic, fairness, and ease by which all laws can be identified. All laws should be based on some form of theft. If there is no theft, there is no crime. The exceptions are travel laws and child protection laws. Laws on the books. All laws on the books will stay the same. What the Happy Party facilitators will do is reevaluate all current laws. Those matching the 3 sets described earlier will stay, and those that don't will be removed from legal texts. Now that you know the blueprint, use it to create the perfect society. Not only are the 4 pillars of freedom the blueprint of the perfect society, they are also the perfect standards for freedom. They are the guide to any and every idea and policy. Simply run any idea or policy through the 4 pillars, and you will easily, quickly, and clearly Know if the idea or policy is good for you and for society. By running ideas and policies through the 4 pillars, we never again need to wonder if something is good or bad for society. And most importantly, we will never again need to rely on people to move society forward. We will have the perfect standards doing it for us. Spend a minute right now and think of an idea or policy that is important to you. Run it through the 4 pillars. You will find that not every pillar will be applicable, and that's okay. Once you've run your idea or policy through all 4 pillars, you will know without a doubt if the idea or policy is worth pursuing. If it is, you can circle back to the beginning of the 4 pillars and begin the process of gathering support. Pillar 1. Promoting your good idea. Pillar 2. Gathering the needed funds. Pillar 3. And ensuring your idea will fit into the laws of society. Pillar 4. Then, congratulations, you're on your way to making the perfect society. We will never again need to rely on a politician to save us. We will save ourselves. As you can see, everyone following the 4 pillars will live in a perfect society and will be completely free. Socialists can be socialists. Communists can be communists. Capitalists can be capitalists. Isolationists can be isolationists. Democrats can be Democrats. Republicans can be Republicans. Nonpartisans can be nonpartisans. And individuals can be individuals. Everybody's happy, and everybody wins. Chapter 6, Alternatives. The key to organizing an alternative society is to organize people around what they can do, and more importantly, what they want to do. Abby Hoffman. We live in a time when all elites, whether on the left or the right, believe in rigid rules that say there is no alternative to the present political and economic system. Adam Curtis. Let me ask you to think of an alternative. Think of it as your ticket to change the world. Tom Brokaw. With the power of the 4 pillars, we can reevaluate every idea or policy this country and the world has ever seen and ever will see. Some ideas and policies are already perfect and should stay intact. Many others are generally good or helpful, but may need some improvements. These types of ideas and policies could use some alternatives. This chapter is all about alternatives. But before we get into alternatives, let's check in to see where we are at this point. How are you doing? If you've listened this far, it's obvious that you're on board with the principles of the 4 pillars of freedom and you want a perfect society. If you disagree with any of the 4 pillars, you have a slave master mentality. And you may be surprised to hear that I'm actually okay with that. Hear me out. The 4 pillars allow everyone to be who they want to be. The only requirement is that they follow the 4 pillars. Not everybody has to like, respect, or even tolerate the 4 pillars. They must merely follow them. And remember, all we need is for 55% of the voters to want the happy party to facilitate the 4 pillars in order to build a perfect society. We don't need 100% buy-in. But with the strength of the happy party and the 4 pillars is that everybody's happy and everybody wins. So once the happy party facilitates the 4 pillars, the remaining 45% of people will see their value and relish in the freedom they provide. Now, some alternatives. Throughout the book, we've been discussing the flaws, foibles, and shortcomings of our current governmental structure and the politicians that run them. Now we are going to look at some alternatives to current programs, as well as some new ideas for other programs. Local, state, and federal. Like EasyTracker, this list of alternatives will be grouped by local, state, and federal. And like EasyTracker, federal applies to the entire United States. State applies to each of the 50 states, and local applies to everything within a state. County, city, township, and so on. Speaking of EasyTracker, in addition to being used to pay taxes, it will be a powerful tool in bringing other alternatives to reality. Some of these alternatives could go in any or all of the categories of local, state, and/or federal. I list them here in the category that I think they might have the most effect. However, moving a state alternative to a local or a local alternative to federal is totally fine. I leave it up to Pillar 1 to decide where they all should go. Local. While state and federal alternatives might seem to be the most visible, local alternatives also have a huge impact, and sometimes they're the easiest to initiate. People are familiar with their neighborhoods and towns, and so can easily identify areas for potential improvement. Andre and Booker T. Educating our children is one of the most important obligations we have. Confident, creative children with high self-esteem become adults with the same qualities. While we have a lot of choices with public, private, and charter schools, it's important to remember Pillar 1. One person, or a small group of people, can start something new and have a huge influence on many things, including education. In 2001, tennis great Andre Agassi used $35 million of his own money to open the Andre Agassi College Preparatory Academy. This Las Vegas school is a tuition-free school, providing quality education to at-risk children with economic challenges. Starting with grades 3 to 5, Andre's school expanded to K through 12, and in 2009 enjoyed a 100% graduation rate. Agassi's other charitable contributions include building a 6-room classroom in 1997 called Agassi Center for Education for Child Haven, a residential facility for abused and neglected children. He also provided funds in 2001 to build the Agassi Cottage for Medically Fragile Children, a 20-bed medical facility that takes care of handicapped or developmentally delayed children, as well as children quarantined for infectious diseases. Perhaps one of the most remarkable instances of one person's influence on education belongs to Booker T. Washington. Born a slave and freed at age 12, Booker had a thirst for learning and a strong work ethic. After emancipation, he taught himself to read and worked in coal mines and salt furnaces to support his family. At age 16, he enrolled in Virginia's Hampton Normal and Agricultural Institute, currently Hampton University. At age 25, Washington became the principal of Tuskegee Normal and Industrial Institute, operating today as Tuskegee University in Alabama. Despite receiving initial funds from the Alabama government to start his school, Booker had to find creative ways to grow and develop it. He bought land from nearby farmers, worked with the community to find donors, and he had students construct the buildings for the school. In addition to academics, Washington's curriculum included morals, religious education, and life skills. His students not only built the campus buildings, but they also learned how to garden and work various jobs at the school to keep it operational. Up from Slavery is Booker T. Washington's autobiography. I highly recommend it. It is a short, easy read and is an amazing and inspirational story. I recommend everyone read it, especially those that think they can't get ahead in life. Washington's story will show you an incredible opportunity and an alternative. Seeing how one man born a slave became so influential in such a short time is a story we can all take to heart. When people using Pillar 1 focus on educating our children, everybody wins. There are countless examples of people making a huge difference in education. The true stories in the movies Stand and Deliver and Lean on Me come to mind. For true stories of kids in sports, Hoosiers and Remember the Titans are fantastic. For adult inspirational movies, The Pursuit of Happiness and 2004's The Miracle are wonderful. True inspirational stories abound in culture and throughout history. When we turn off the news and turn on what really matters, we can be inspired to make a difference not only in our lives, but in the lives of countless others. The Shawshank Redemption. In the summer of 2024, I toured the Ohio State Reformatory in Mansfield, Ohio. Being a huge fan of the Shawshank Redemption, this was something I was looking forward to. Wait, what's that you say? You don't know what the Shawshank Redemption is? It's only one of the best movies ever made. Don't even ask what it's about. Don't Google it and don't ruin it by doing online research. Just watch it ASAP. You'll thank me for the recommendation. Full disclosure, it is rated R for language, violence, and adult situations. Anyway, back to Mansfield. Shawshank was filmed in the Ohio State Reformatory, OSR, as well as in various locations throughout Mansfield. It was an amazing 4-hour tour. During the prison tour, our tour guide told us about the real prison and what went on there. She stated that OSR was a reformatory and not a prison. While housing hardened criminals, OSR had a robust educational system aimed at rehabilitation and not punishment. The facility had an on-site high school, vocational programs to help inmates learn trades and job skills, work programs including a working farm on the premises, and weekly classes and services which taught morals and ethics. Our guide told us that the reformatory boasted a 15% recidivism rate, the percent of inmates that return to prison or reformatory after being released. With Ohio State Reformatory as an example, as well as many other reformatories around the world today, we can decide that reforming lawbreakers may be a better option than leaving them to sit in a cell for most of the day. Reforming them would not only help the inmates and society at large, but it would also be a more humane option. Criminals and other utopian ideas. Speaking of criminals, Thomas More had an interesting take on handling thieves in his book, Utopia, published in 1516. Unless the robbery involved violence, the thief was not jailed. Instead, he was required to give back the property or the value of it out of his own property. In addition, he was sentenced to labor, usually as a public servant, but sometimes as an employee at a private enterprise. To distinguish thieves from the rest of society, they had to wear special colored clothes and had to wear a special haircut. Thomas More detailed other aspects of handling thieves, including where and how they got food and money, where and when they could travel, and how they were handled if they tried to escape their sentence. Granted, since the book is over 500 years old, there are some things that probably wouldn't work in today's society. But Utopia is an interesting read, and one that will make you think outside the box. In addition to the criminal element, More proposes ideas on money, commerce, laws, and wars. It is a short read that will get your perfect society juices flowing, even if you don't agree with everything he says. Full disclosure, I definitely don't agree with everything he said. More's Utopia does not allow for much privacy, and there is very little freedom, thus violating Pillar 2 in a big way. Still, I think it's worth a read or a listen, especially for people who want to think about alternatives to modern society. 2 other books on utopias may be of interest. New Atlantis, by Francis Bacon, published in 1626, doesn't speak much about the laws or structure of society. Rather, it discusses the ins and outs of daily living: marriage, medicine, food, mechanical arts, gardening, and jobs. The City of the Sun, by Tommaso Campanella, published in 1623, gets into the specifics of a utopian society. The city is built in such a way that it is heavily fortified and defensible, much like Babylon was 4,000 years ago. Everyone trains to be a soldier, citizens have a 4-hour workday, children's education is the same across the board, and everyone works. There is no welfare or slavery. As with the other books mentioned in this section, I found it interesting how some of the ideas were worth considering, even though they are hundreds of years old. And at the very least, these books will get you thinking about our own society and how we might make things better for ourselves. For fans of socialism, communism, and social engineering, there is a lot to chew on in The City of the Sun. For those who aren't fans, there are other things to consider. If you are interested in reading old utopian books, you may want to check out these three. It's fun to learn about what the authors thought was utopia so long ago, and how some of their ideas still hold up. If nothing else, learning about other utopias will get you started thinking about creating your own perfect society. Me and the library continued. Remember my adventures at my local libraries? They wouldn't accept my donations because they had to buy books through their system because it's the government. Here are some additional thoughts on that. A very simple way to handle donations is to accept them from the public. Books can come from readers, authors, estates, book publishers, and elsewhere. The staff can tag books and immediately put them on the shelves. If they aren't needed at a certain branch, they can be sent to a different one. Maybe an email can be sent to all the branches listing the books received, and then other branches can reply. If all the branches have enough copies of that book, then it can be tagged for sale. The money can be applied to the library fund. Very simple, very clean. No government, no purchasing department, no committees, no time or money wasted. And best of all, there would be a more robust collection at the libraries, and people like me wouldn't have to buy books as often. Lessons learned from my library story. What have we learned from the book donation story? We learned that we have a government which takes money from property owners. We have a purchasing department which we pay to use said tax money to order books. We pay for a committee that decides which books will be published. We pay for a lot of people and a lot of services to simply order books and put them on the shelves. The alternatives are simple. No purchasing department, no committees, and no money being forced out of property owners at gunpoint. All that money stays in our pockets. Instead, the libraries could use a database where employees enter the donated books. Other branches can access this information, find out what books are where, and whether they need them for their own shelves or try to sell them. Very simple, and all run by we, the people. Furthermore, does each branch really need to purchase 200 copies of new releases? How much does that cost? While it is certainly convenient for patrons to have access to so many copies, perhaps 100 would suffice. Or instead of buying so many, how about we appeal to authors and publishers to donate a certain number of copies, old and new? As an author myself, I'd be happy to donate some of my books to the library system at my expense. And I'm not a multi-million-dollar entity like many authors and publishers. Lastly, we've already established that personal donations would be very effective. Check out any book club on Facebook. There are a ton of them, with many of them being local. With a quick change in culture, tens of thousands of Facebook book club group readers could be encouraged to bring used books to their local libraries. Maybe someday, libraries would never have to buy any books. They could all be received from a plethora of places. Trash collector. Any contribution to society is important, even small ones. My gym is 1.5 miles from my house. I often walk to and from it. The route is pleasant and varies between parks and side streets, has very little traffic, good scenery, and a few rolling hills. Most of the time, it is a clean walk, but sometimes, as is likely in public places, there is some trash along the walk. It's easy to leave it and figure that it's someone's job to clean it up. But sometimes I'll ask the staff at the gym's front desk if I can have one of their trash bags. They always give me one, and I pick up trash on my way home. Over 1.5 miles, it's not uncommon to completely fill a larger size trash bag. I know that my HOA should be cleaning the neighborhoods, but it's easy to be the change that you want to see in the world. So I make it a point to pick up trash during my walks every once in a while. In addition to picking up trash in my neighborhood, I also voluntarily clean the public bathroom at my weekly hiking spot. It only takes a minute, and hopefully others will see it clean when they come in and are a little more careful about their own mess. To be clear, I'm not a huge fan of cleaning, but I know that cleaning the walk home from the gym and the trailhead bathroom doesn't take much time, and it leaves a much better impression than leaving these places messy. Squatters. I read a thread on Instagram that suggested that to avoid squatters in your vacant house, find a homeless vet and let him live rent-free in your house while he stands guard against squatters. Pets to patients. There are already many programs that provide animals to patients in hospitals, clients in nursing homes, and other places. This idea can expand to animals in other facilities. EasyTracker can be used to let volunteers know where there is a need. Being neighborly. People of all ages enjoy lending a helping hand to their neighbors. It makes them feel happy and valuable, helps someone in need, and enriches community relations. We currently use word of mouth and social media to offer assistance and/or to look for help. EasyTracker can be used to post names and requests for people who need them, as well as names and skills of people who are looking to do good deeds. Sometimes neighbors, especially seniors, might need help with yard work and pulling weeds. Others may need some quick help to fix a downspout or move furniture. Some folks might need an occasional dog walker or someone to take trash cans to the curb. Whatever the need, EasyTracker would come in handy here, especially in conjunction with interns in the neighborhood described in the following state section. The battery buggy. The Battery and Critical Mineral Recycling Act of 2020 asked Congress to spend $150 million to brainstorm ideas regarding battery recycling, one of which was to figure out a way to create a national collection system of dead batteries so they do not end up in landfills. Had they asked me, I would have proposed an idea that would have been free or nearly free. There are plenty of battery recycling centers where I live. I use my nearest Home Depot for the convenience. For people unable to drive to a center, volunteers could pick up their batteries from home and deposit them at a recycling center. Who pays for public schools? We covered schools at the beginning of the local section. Let's end with it. There are many ways to pay for public schools. Instead of taking money out of the pockets of homeowners, parents of children who attend these schools can also pay toward them. Also, local businesses can be encouraged to contribute. Maybe when they donate, their company goes on a list that the school keeps on file. When the students are old enough to work, they get access to the list of businesses who paid for their education. They can then go to the businesses and apply for jobs. These businesses who support the school get first dibs on hiring the kids they've paid for. Not only would parents and local businesses pay, but other adults, households, people in the neighborhoods would pay if they are impressed with these schools and think that their particular schools do a good job. State alternatives. State alternatives make life interesting. Since we are a 50-state country, we can see how other states do things on a state or even local level, and we can use their ideas to make our own state better. State Constitution. Once a Happy Party facilitator gets elected to state facilitator, not governor, a revised state constitution will be written. The Happy Party, four-pillar-inspired state constitution will likely be very short, since the four pillars will be at the core of the document. Once the state constitution is revised, work can begin on modeling all state laws to align with the four pillars. Get to Work program. For many years, I worked in parts of Cincinnati that would be considered on the lower end of the economic spectrum. While the old media, and some of the new, generally portrays the people who live in these areas as helpless, suffering, marginalized, and ignored, I had a completely different experience. The people I worked and interacted with were intelligent, capable, good-natured, funny, fun, and enjoyable to be around. Sometimes they were cranky, rude, ambivalent, and not enjoyable to be around. In short, they were just like everybody else. It made me wonder why they were on the lower end of the economic spectrum. It seemed to me that they could be on any part of the spectrum. I thought that maybe they didn't yet have certain skills or connections that others on the middle or higher ends of the spectrum might have. Thus, my Get to Work program was born. Having worked in various job environments, from mom and pop retail to Fortune 500 companies, I think I have a good idea as to what employers are looking for and how applicants can give themselves the best chance of getting hired. I love helping people who want to help themselves. So I figured that it would be fun coaching people who want to get a better or even a first job. I could give them pointers on interviewing. Make eye contact, smile, sit up straight, be agreeable. Don't talk too much, but talk enough so the interviewer gets to know you. Dress nicely, and be on time. I would let them know that reliability and attitude are more important to most bosses than qualifications. And I could help them canvas to find a job that would be suitable for them. Down the road, I could teach them about how to get promoted, how to manage people, how to persevere when times are tough, and how to manage their money, both for monthly expenses and for retirement. Once I had a few people with whom I thought were ready, I would go out and look for business owners and businesses that might be interested in providing jobs for these fine folks. I would eventually use EasyTracker to create a list of businesses looking to hire, as well as a list of potential employees looking for jobs or careers. While I never did launch my Get to Work program, I still think it's a good idea. I'm turning it over to Pillar 1 if anyone's interested in implementing it. Money talk for kids and everyone else. I have always been interested in investing, day trading, and money management. For most of my adult life, I have had a fascination with how money works. When I got my first full-time job, I took advantage of my company's 401k plan. As I got older, I took courses on investing, and I eventually taught for 4 investment education companies. I traveled North America teaching classes, meeting people, and being immersed in something that I loved. They were the most fun jobs that I've ever had. As I mentioned in the Get to Work section, I love helping people who want to help themselves. Those years teaching were extremely fulfilling. Today, I am happy to offer assistance to people who want to learn about the stock market, day trading, or any other financial situation they happen to be in. Having taught adults for many years, I recently thought it might be fun to teach young kids and their parents about money and investing. There is no better way to start off a child in the right direction when it comes to wealth building, and teaching their parents at the same time is just as helpful. Teaching families how to grow generational wealth may be the best gift I can give to a stranger. In early 2023, I put together a curriculum called Money Talk for kids and everyone else. Here are some, but not all, of the topics that I have in the syllabus. The power of compounding interest. Investing for the long term. Start early and often. The pay more later technique. The pay yourself first principle. Specific ideas for kids and their parents. How to set up automatic payments from a checking account into an investment portfolio. Opening a UTMA investment account for your minor. How to open a brokerage account. Investment ideas for minors, including what to invest in, how much, etc. How to budget your income, cash gifts for investing. 401k accounts and other retirement accounts. Roth IRAs versus traditional IRAs. Portfolio management. Retirement goals. Investing not as a sacrifice, but as paying your future self. Day trading. Swing trading. Scalping. How to double and triple your income by day trading. The who, what, when, where, why, and how of trading for a second income. Trading for a living. Taxes. How to read stock charts. The differences between stocks, mutual funds, ETFs, options, futures, forex, bonds, and cryptocurrencies. Whether or not to pay someone else to do your investing for you. Fees and commissions. Expense ratios. How to become a financial planner. How to become a financial advisor. Bots and automatic trading. Suggested reading material, and Q&A. I called the Lake branch of my local library and talked to Liz. I briefly explained the program and she seemed very excited about it. I offered my services as an instructor during one of their class times that they offered throughout the week, either for kids and parents or for adults only in their adult lecture series. She asked me how much I charge. I told her I'd do it for free, but if they had funds already earmarked for instructors, I wouldn't turn it down. She asked me to send her an email with all the information about the class, and she would forward it to the person who makes the decision for all the county library branches. At the same time, I contacted my son's high school. I offered my same services for an after-school club. I was given the email address of the person who organizes the after-school clubs, and I sent a similar email as the one that I sent to the library. To date, I have not heard from either place. Like the Get to Work program, I give my money talk idea to Pillar 1. Interns in the neighborhood. Anytime that I hear a teen or younger is looking to make some money, I try to make it a point to find them something to do. When I see their parents post online that a child is looking for opportunities to make money for their sports team or just for some extra cash, I always read them. Whenever I have business opportunities or certain work to be done around the house, I contact neighbors whom I know and ask if they or their kids might want to do the work. When I seek workers in these instances, I offer to either pay them or have them act as an intern, and I will let them use me as a reference for their resume, future business opportunities, or both. When I was a child, adults never offered to give me money or work experience. I think it's a great opportunity and valuable practice for young people. Lemonade stands. Piggybacking off the money talk and intern ideas, I have been thinking about putting something together for young entrepreneurs. I enjoy seeing kids make a go at a lemonade stand or a candy stand on the sidewalk. When I have time to stop at their stands, I buy what they're selling. I believe that their entrepreneurial spirit should be fostered. I'm sure their parents and maybe siblings are doing it, but I think hearing it from a customer would also make an important impact. When I buy from them, I compliment them on their work and their decision to make some extra money. Depending on the child, we may get into a bit of a conversation about how long they've been selling and what they might do with their money. While the conversations and encouragement are helpful, I'd prefer to leave them and their parents at home with something more substantial and concrete. I have thought about printing letters, sealing them in envelopes, and keeping them in my car for when I see kids selling on the sidewalk. I would give the child the letter to give to their parents. It would give congratulations to their parents for fostering their child's entrepreneurial spirit, as well as a list of books and other resources that the parent might consider sharing with their child. I've even considered adding my contact information at the bottom of the letter in case they want to do some money talk classes. While I love the letter concept, I've never executed it. I can't get over my concern that the parents would think it inappropriate for an unfamiliar adult to hand a child an envelope, even if it's sealed and to be delivered to the parents. So again, I turn over this idea to Pillar 1 in the hopes that there's at least one person out there that might have additional ideas that can help these valuable young people. Federal alternatives. The federal alternatives section of this book includes many topics such as the U.S. Constitution, public service, proper national mindset, racism, and Social Security. Facilitator. As mentioned many times in this book, the Happy Party elected representatives are known as facilitators. In the Happy Party, there are no mayors, governors, nor presidents. We the people do not need to be governed nor presided over. The people want to live in a free society. They elect Happy Party members to facilitate freedom by using the 4 pillars of freedom. Public servants. Happy Party employees are no longer called bureaucrats, government workers, or government officials. They are public servants, serving the public. Most of them will work voluntarily or for little pay when possible. They perform the service because they love America and its citizens, and they feel good contributing to a perfect society. Many of them will be able to work part-time and/or temporarily, since our country won't be run by anyone anymore. The 4 pillars provide an environment where we the people run the country. Advocates. Since there will be no need for lobbyists under a Happy Party-facilitated government, advocates can promote ideas directly to the people. Since lobbyists will no longer be automatically funded by taxpayers, they will need to self-fund and/or appeal to taxpayers to fund them. The United States Constitution 2.0. As mentioned in the state alternatives section, state constitutions will need to be revised to guarantee forever the 4 pillars of freedom and the perfect society it provides. The same will need to be done with the United States Constitution. Since the current U.S. Constitution is already almost perfectly written, very few changes will need to be made. However, like the state constitutions, the 4 pillars need to be added. Perhaps this edition could be called the United States Constitution 2.0, or something to that effect. Once Constitution 2.0 is written, 2 things will happen. First, the U.S. Constitution and Constitution 2.0 will govern all governmental actions. This was the intent of the original Constitution before our politicians added more and more to it to favor their whims. Second, we will need to review the U.S. Constitution to see if Constitution 2.0 has created any contradictions to the original Constitution, such as the case of the 16th Amendment. When such discrepancies occur, the U.S. Constitution needs to be revised. After Constitution 2.0 is written, there is very little, if any, need for legislators. All laws will be extensions of the U.S. Constitution and Constitution 2.0, both of which reflect the 4 pillars of freedom. All the current laws can stay on the books, except when those laws contradict the 4 pillars. Once those laws are identified and revised or removed, judges and citizens will behave accordingly. We will have a true republic, where all laws are fair, just, and easy to understand. With Constitution 2.0, we have a government where there is no possibility of favoritism. Nobody can be bought. Nobody will be influenced by other people, groups, donors, or lobbyists. There will be no special interest group that can buy mayors, governors, congresspeople, or anyone else. The 4 pillars don't allow it. And since Pillar 3 provides that all public taxable services are paid directly by we the people, it is impossible for anybody to be bought. Using the 4 pillars, updated state constitutions, and the U.S. Constitution 2.0, we the people have written into the law the exact structure of government so no one can be tempted, influenced, swayed, or bought. Preserve Constitution 2.0. Under the Happy Party, neither a Democrat nor Republican would be elected as president. While both parties have great ideas, they are exclusive and not inclusive. All facilitators and public servants are elected to make sure Constitution 2.0 stays intact. Facilitators won't spend a lot, if any, time promoting their personal ideas because they firmly believe in the 4 pillars and allowing we the people to run the country. Not listening to politicians fight, argue, lie, promote, promise, fence-sit, waffle, and flip-flop will be the most refreshing thing to come out of politics in over 200 years. Standards, not policies. Unlike politicians, the Happy Partiers do not write or promote policies. They write standards and laws. The standards are the 4 pillars of freedom. They dictate the mindset needed in our culture, as well as all actions on the part of the government. They are written in Constitution 2.0. They are the benchmarks of all laws, laws of theft, laws of travel, and laws of child protection. Standards are not open to interpretation, nor are they subject to change. They are written down once and held firm by Happy Partiers, Happy Party voters, and freedom-loving Americans. The abyss. When we pay our taxes, we don't always have access to any reports that show us where our money goes, who's controlling it, or whether or not we have a surplus. When we pay taxes with EasyTracker, we know exactly what our taxes are paying for, how much is going to a particular service, and exactly when enough funds have been collected. This is an easy system by which all the tax money is transparent. Elections. In 2000, the Democrats accused George W. Bush of stealing the election. In 2016, the Democrats accused Donald Trump of Russian collusion, and tampering with the election. In 2020, Republicans accused Democrats of stealing the election with voter fraud and mail-in ballots. In 2024, before the election, there are concerns of voter fraud and non-U.S. citizens being allowed to vote. What's the plan to fix all this? State or federal issued photo IDs are mandatory, and only in-person votes will count. Of course, Pillar 1 always allows for other ideas. Term limits. Happy Party facilitators serve the public using term limits. First, there are term limits on every facilitator. 4 years for president, 4 years for senators and House members, 10 years for Supreme Court members, and all other positions, facilitators who replace governors, mayors, city councilmen, etc., will also be 4 years. Second, since Happy Party facilitators are not writing, changing, or bending policies, it is easy for all Americans to keep an eye on their actions. If there is any violation, the people can file a complaint with the appropriate court. The facilitator has 90 days to reply. If there is no reply, or if the people feel the reply is inconsistent with the Happy Party philosophy and the 4 pillars of freedom, the people can file for an immediate impeachment with the appropriate court. Republicans and Democrats. Republicans and Democrats love the Happy Party's philosophy because they can pursue their causes unfettered by the opposing party, deadlocked Congresses, or corrupt politicians. Democrats can be assured that a Hitler like Trump can never again ascend to the presidency. They will move forward environmental causes, social issues, help the homeless, fund Planned Parenthood, ensure unions survive and thrive, avoid foreign wars, feed the hungry, fund programs that help minorities and the marginalized. They also love the fact that the 4 pillars is the ultimate in diversity, equity, and inclusion. At the same time, Republicans can be assured that a communist like Obama will never again become president. They will move forward business interests, fair taxes, school choice, fair trade, fair immigration, religious interests, and foreign policy. Both sides get their way with the 4 pillars and with the Happy Party. Everybody's happy. Everybody wins. The new politics. The Happy Party succeeds where Republicans, Democrats, and all other parties cannot. Despite all their good intentions, none of the current American political parties can satisfy everybody. Only the Happy Party does. Politics used to mean power, promises, and posturing. With the Happy Party, it means principles for the people. Happiness and humanity. The Happy Party ensures happiness and humanity for all, liberty and justice for all. All other political parties have an agenda. Their agenda is their opinion of how society should be run. The Happy Party is the only party that ensures freedom and the pursuit of happiness for all citizens. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. It is clear that the 4 pillars are the most diverse, equitable, and inclusive way of life that America has ever seen. The current system that we have in America is not diverse, equitable, or inclusive. Systemic racism. Racism has been a hot topic for decades. Since the 1960s and perhaps even earlier, there have been much discussions as to what racism is, how it affects America and the world, and what we need to do to fix this problem. During the 2010s and 2020s, discussions of racism have been more frequent than ever before. You can find them all over the old and the new media. Fortunately, it's clear to see that the Happy Party can do the most good in the shortest amount of time to diminish and possibly eradicate racism, especially systemic racism. Systemic racism is racism written into laws that favor one or more races over other races. Folks who are fighting for racial equality, reparations for slavery, and equal rights for all peoples are perfect candidates for the Happy Party. Here is a monologue I came across while doing research for this book. On April 14th, 2024, Deli Ann the Money Coach reposted a reel by Lever the Bassman on her Instagram feed. This is the post, word for word. Yeah, man, everything's racist. Think about it. Your streets are named after prominent racists in your city, state, or throughout history. Washington, Jackson, Jefferson, Lee, all slaveholders, all racists. Even your institutions of higher learning have their roots in racism. Harvard, Yale, and Brigham Young University is named after racist Brigham Young, who tried to eradicate Native Americans by poisoning them. Traffic? Racism. Instead of building highways in the most efficient ways, they ran them through specifically black and brown neighborhoods, and now we have traffic because of that. Tipping? Racism. White store owners didn't want to pay black employees anything, so they said if your service is good, leave it up to the customer to pay you. And that's how we got tipping. Student loans? Racism. College used to be free. That is until black people started going to college, and then now you have to pay. And if you can't pay, you take out a student loan. The prohibition on cannabis? Racism. You see, it used to be legal. That is until white people wanted to demonize Mexicans, so they renamed cannabis marijuana, spelled with an H to sound like Tijuana, so they could justify the mistreatment of Mexican people. Racism. It affects every part of our daily lives, and until we acknowledge that, we can't change it. Because we can't change what we refuse to acknowledge. And that's why racism continues to thrive in this country. Because we've raised generations of people to be willfully ignorant of it. That's the end of the Instagram post. The good news is that America doesn't have to stay this way. With the freedom and opportunity provided by the 4 pillars, Deli-Ann, Levert, and others who feel like they do can gather together and make changes in society. They can continue using their new media platforms like Instagram to raise awareness, and they can use Kickstarters and other crowdfunding to enact change. They can promote free universities and fair wage laws in restaurants. Since they will no longer rely on our antiquated current governmental system, they can finally bring about the much-needed change that America has been waiting for over the past few hundred years. With the 4 pillars of freedom firmly in place, everybody's happy. Everybody wins. Utilizing the freedom provided in this book, Deli-Ann, Levert, and countless others can finally get rid of systemic racism and make minor and major headway in wiping out all forms of racism. Everybody's happy in the Happy Party. The Happy Party is a federal political party that has been registered to promote and establish the ideas and pillars in this book. The sooner we build up this party, the sooner we can make a difference in our country. Collaboration. There has been no better time in history for collaboration than right now. With the advent of the internet, human beings can communicate immediately anywhere in the world with anyone else in the world. In 2012, musician deadmau5 posted online an instrumental song he had written. Upon hearing this song, 17-year-old Chris James tweeted a recording of himself singing on top of the music. deadmau5 was blown away by Chris's performance and contacted the youngster to collaborate on the song. The result was The Veld, a song that became one of deadmau5's biggest hits, garnering over 35 million streams on Spotify. deadmau5 and Chris achieved this success due to their talent, ingenuity, and the use of current technology. They did it solely on their own, without any assistance by the government. Human ingenuity. Human ingenuity is one of the most amazing things in the universe. When we put our minds to it, we can solve any problem. When we rely on government to solve our problems, we put ourselves at a great disadvantage. Not only are we turning the power over to someone else, we are also limiting our own instincts of solving problems for ourselves. This is further reinforced by the fact that government is such a small number of people who may or may not have our best interests at heart, let alone the fact that they might not even be qualified to solve certain problems in the first place. Mark Cuban's prescription plan. Mark Cuban's prescription plan, known as the Mark Cuban Cost Plus Drug Company, provides medication at transparent and significantly reduced prices to consumers. The company uses a direct-to-consumer model, selling generic drugs at a cost plus 15% markup, along with various small fees, including a shipping fee. This approach eliminates the traditional pharmacy middlemen, allowing for considerable savings on prescription drugs. The company launched in January 2022 and has since expanded its offerings to include over 2,200 medications. It focuses primarily on generic drugs, but is also working to include brand name and specialty drugs. Clearly, the goal of making medications more affordable and accessible is an idea that many Americans support. The Mark Cuban Cost Plus Drug Company works with major health plans such as Select Health and Capital Blue Cross. These partnerships align with the company's mission to improve public health by making medications affordable for everyone. We have seen over and over in this book how one person can start a new and exciting path to making America better. In this case, one person is making major headway in an important part of American culture and healthcare. Lessons from 600 years ago. In the book Against the Gods by Peter Bernstein, agricultural cooperatives are explained. An agricultural cooperative is insurance, but it's not run by an insurance company, and it's not run by the government. Back in Italy in the mid-1400s, farmers would contribute to a pool of money. When a farmer had a drought, flood, pestilence, or just a bad crop, he could draw from that fund to keep afloat. Whenever farmers did really well, they would contribute more to this cooperative. The farmers used the Monte dei Paschi Bank in Italy as an intermediary to house the money and distribute insurance claims, so to speak. Isn't it interesting to know that an idea that's nearly 6 centuries old is something that can still work today? People can gather and benefit from their own insurance company without using an actual insurance company. Social Security. The following are some of my thoughts regarding America's Social Security system. It is not meant to be interpreted as financial advice. There is risk in the financial markets, and the information disclosed in this section is for educational and informational purposes only. Past performance does not guarantee future results. Be sure to do your own research when making financial decisions. An American icon. The Social Security program in the United States is one of the oldest and most popular government-run programs. But even an American icon like this could use some Pillar 1 ingenuity and creativity to see if there are ways to improve this program. An improvement it needs. According to the 2023 annual report of the Board of Trustees, the Social Security Administration projects that by 2034, it will only be able to pay about 80% of scheduled benefits. The Social Security program contains 2 main components, a retirement program and a social insurance program. The following are some ideas regarding the retirement program. The social insurance component here will not be explored. Every American is encouraged to review government programs in their entirety for the fullest understanding and appreciation. Does money matter? Most of us know what Social Security is. When we receive a paycheck for working a job, part of our gross income is taken out and applied to Social Security. The money that we pay is tracked by the government and invested in U.S. Treasury bills. When we reach retirement age, we can claim that money back. The purpose of this section is to offer an alternative. Throughout the book, we have talked about ideas that can be more equitable, diverse, and inclusive than our current system of governance, and that we the people can likely find ways that are more efficient, fair, and profitable than those promoted by our politicians. For this section, the Happy Party Investment Plan, HPIP or HPIP, is offered as an alternative to Social Security when it comes to investing for our retirement. Rather than paying into Social Security, this section describes an alternative that might be more profitable. That alternative, the HPIP, is detailed here. Upon hearing it, You may think of variations on this alternative and/or think of a completely different one. Again, this section is not offering financial advice. It is merely offering one of many possible alternatives provided in this section of the book. Each individual and family needs to decide which financial path is best for them. Supermath, compounding interest. Mathematics may not be everybody's strong suit. However, it can be very powerful and very exciting when it comes to building money through compounding interest while moving toward retirement. Albert Einstein is sometimes credited as saying, "The most powerful force in the universe is compounding interest." If Einstein says it so, we should all find out what he's talking about. Compounding interest is interest that is earned not only on a principal balance invested, but also interest earned on the interest. For example, let's say you invest $1,000 into a stock, and the stock earns an average of 10% per year. How much did you earn? Feel free to grab a calculator if you can't do this math in your head. So we take the $1,000 invested times 10%. How much money did you make? $100. Now, your principal balance is $1,100. Now, here's where it gets fun. Let's say you leave that money in the same stock and you let it grow. Let's say that at some point in the future, your balance grows to $10,000. And then let's say that your stock gains 10% again. Now, how much did you earn? Before you grab your calculator, here's a question. Do you think you earned $100 again? Yes or no? Okay, now grab your calculator. $10,000, your current balance, times 10% growth equals $1,000. That's right. You earned 10 times more money this time around. Same stock, same growth, but a much different result. $1,000 profit instead of $100 profit for the same amount of work, which is none. All you did was buy a stock and let the money sit and grow. You think that's good? Wait until compounding really takes over. When your balance is $20,000, what's your profit? $2,000. When your balance is $40,000, what's your profit? $4,000. $4,000 instead of $100? I'll take that any day. No wonder Einstein saw the power of compounding. Disclaimer: not all stocks go up in value all the time. The above is merely a simple example of the power of compounding interest and why people take advantage of its power. Money doesn't buy happiness. So what does it buy? But money isn't everything, Curt. Money doesn't buy happiness, some of you might be saying. I've heard two opinions on this. Some people say, oh yes it does. Money definitely buys happiness. And the people who say it hasn't, they haven't had enough money in their lives to see how happy it could make them. Other people say, nah, money doesn't buy happiness. Money's just a tool, a means of exchange. Happiness comes from within and around us. Besides, there are some people with great wealth that are miserable and other people without wealth who are very happy. Personally, I like both of these answers, and depending on my mood, I'll feel more strongly about one or the other. But both answers are opinions. Here are some facts. Money may or may not buy happiness, but it definitely buys choices. And the more choices you have, the easier it is to pursue your happiness. The easier it is to pursue your happiness, the happier you will be. Would you rather have more or less money? Think of your own life. When you can easily pay your monthly bills, do you feel a sense of relief? When you cannot easily pay your monthly bills, do you feel a sense of stress? Which scenario is more fun? When you and your loved ones can go out for an evening and not have to worry about how much you're spending? Or having to stay at home because there's no way you can afford a fun night out? When you were offered a raise at work, have you ever turned it down? Option 1, Social Security. So, let's look at the Social Security retirement plan and compare it to the HPIP, the Happy Party Investment Plan. $239 is the average biweekly contribution of an employee into Social Security, meaning, on average, each taxpayer and employee pays $239 per paycheck into Social Security. $1,906 is the average monthly payout to a retiree receiving Social Security. So on average, each person receiving Social Security gets a check for $1,906. Employees pay into Social Security while retirees get paid by Social Security. An employee pays $239 every other week into the fund, while a retiree takes out $1,906 monthly out of the fund. When the retiree dies, his or her money can be paid to a spouse. And when the spouse dies, the money stops coming in. So, you pay $239, or more accurately, you have your money stolen by the righteous gunman, every 2 weeks. When you retire, the government gives you back $1,906 per month of your stolen money. This monthly payment goes up slightly over time to account for inflation. When you die, the money can go to your spouse until they die. Then, Social Security stops paying. Option 2, the Happy Party Investment Plan, HPIP. Now let's consider a Happy Party alternative. Remember, this is not financial advice, it's for educational purposes only. And please note that I did not invent the HPIP. It is a popular and often used strategy and has been for decades. I learned about it mostly from reading these 3 books. Unshakable by Tony Robbins and Peter Mallouk, The Little Book of Common Sense Investing by John C. Bogle, and The Path by Peter Mallouk. This basic, simple, yet possibly hugely profitable investing strategy has been promoted by Warren Buffett, one of the most successful investors in history, John C. Bogle, the founder of the Vanguard Group, Burton G. Malkiel, author of the classic book A Random Walk Down Wall Street, Peter Lynch, manager of the Fidelity Magellan Fund, James J. Cramer, or Jim Cramer, host of CNBC's Mad Money, Tyler Matheson, host of CNBC's Power Lunch, Andrew Lo, MIT professor and author of Adaptive Markets, Charles Schwab, founder and chairman of the Charles Schwab Corporation, Tony Robbins, motivational speaker, Jonathan Clements, columnist for the Wall Street Journal, and many others. Let's revisit the numbers from the Social Security example, but now let's add some HPIP zing. $239. The amount of money an average employee invests not into Social Security, but into an S&P 500 index fund or a total stock market index fund. This money can be moved automatically every 2 weeks from the employee's bank account into a Roth IRA and/or a brokerage account. The employee never has to invest the money nor play the market. The money is automatically moved into the S&P 500 index or the total stock market. And it's moved just like it would be moved into Social Security. 43 years. The amount of time the $239 biweekly payments stay in the market and accrue Einstein's most powerful force, compounding interest. Remember our example earlier? Compounding interest pays a little bit when the principal balance is small, but pays very large amounts when the principal balance is bigger. 10.43%. This is the average rate of return on an S&P 500 index fund over a long period of time. 43 years is considered a long period of time. What is the S&P 500? The S&P 500 is a stock market index which tracks the 500 largest companies in the stock market. These 500 companies comprise roughly 80% of market capitalization. This means that within the entire stock market, roughly 80% of all money invested is in these 500 largest companies. The S&P 500 began trading on Wall Street in 1957, but its roots go back to 1923, when it was called the Composite Index and tracked only a few stocks. The average annualized return on the S&P 500 since it began trading on Wall Street with 500 stocks in 1957 until December 31st, 2023, is 10.43%. Investing in the S&P 500 index. Want to see compounding interest do its thing? Of course you do. Check this out. 1. Go to investor.gov. 2. Go to Financial Tools and Calculators. 3. Open compound interest calculator. 4. Enter the numbers I'm about to tell you. 5. Pick up your jaw off the floor. 6. Drink your favorite drink to celebrate. Now here's the numbers you want to plug into investor.gov. An initial investment of 0, that means you're starting from scratch. A monthly contribution of $478, that's $239 times 2, for a length of time of 43 years, with an estimated interest rate of 10% and a 0 interest rate variance range. Now click Compounded Annually at the bottom of the screen. Have you picked up your jaw off the floor yet? As you can see, this calculation shows that the retiree would have $3,398,010.37 upon retirement. That means the retiree is a millionaire 3 times over, not including any other investments or assets like the house you might own. Funding your retirement. The investing world generally agrees that if a retiree withdraws 4% annually out of the investment account to pay expenses, the investment balance will likely never go down. It would stay where it is or even grow larger. 4% withdrawn annually from that number, $3,398,010.37, is $135,920.41. Divided by 12 months equals $11,326 per month. The retiree could withdraw $11,326 monthly from the HPIP rather than $1,906 from Social Security and never draw down the principal investment. This means that the retiree could be able to withdraw $11,326 monthly, and the $3,398,000 plus stays intact and will likely continue to grow from the power of additional compounding interest. Who gets the money when I die? This balance can be transferred in full to a spouse or a family member upon death. Well, what if I get less than 10%? Great question. On investor.gov, change the estimated interest rate and leave all the other numbers the same. 0% initial investment, $478 monthly contribution, 43 years, and so on. Put in any interest rate you want. Here are some examples, including the 10%. At the 10% interest rate, the retiree has $3,398,010.37, total of $135,920.41 per year, divide by 4, monthly withdrawal of $11,326. We talked about those numbers. Now let's go less. See how we do. 8% interest grows the account to $1,890,488.12 for an annual total of $75,619.52, or monthly withdrawal of $6,301. Let's go even lower. 6% interest rate yields $1,075,543.46, annual total $43,021.73, monthly withdrawal $3,585. And let's go down to 5%. This is half of what you might expect on the S&P 500, which has yielded just over 10% annually since 1957. But let's go 5%. We're cutting this in half. Grows the account to $820,209.79. Annual total of $32,808.39 for your monthly withdrawal of $2,734. Comparing option 1 and option 2. Let's compare the current Social Security plan to the HPIP. Option 1. With Social Security, a worker has $239 stolen out of each biweekly paycheck and put into Social Security. The money stays in the worker's Social Security account for 43 years from age 22 until age 65. At age 65, the worker receives $1,906 monthly. They receive a Social Security payment each month until they die. When they die, The full monthly amount might get paid to the spouse, assuming they're not earning income elsewhere until the spouse dies. Then the Social Security payback plan stops. Option 2. With the HPIP, a worker invests the same amount of money over the same period, $239 every 2 weeks for 43 years. But instead of going into Social Security fund, U.S. Treasury bills, the money is instead invested in an S&P 500 index fund. That money stays in the account and grows from compounding interest, Einstein's most powerful force, for 43 years, from age 22 to age 65. At age 65, the retiree withdraws $11,326 monthly, while keeping a balance of $3,398,000 plus, or higher because compounding interest is still working. They keep that in their investment account. They withdraw their monthly payment every month until they die. When they die, they can pass that balance on to their spouse, children, or other family members. Remember, what that balance when they die might still be over $3 million. Donate it to or pass it on to their spouse, children, family members, donate it to a church, nonprofit, whomever they wish. This money is now generational wealth, which can be passed down the line, thus creating financial freedom, peace of mind, and freedom to pursue happiness for family members for generations to come. Option 3. This is like option 2, except that the investment plan starts earlier than age 22. This can be done for even more security in case option 2 doesn't hit its financial goals, either because 10% annually is not achieved, or that a worker can't or won't start this option at age 22. Here's how you do it. Invest $50 a month when your child is born. At age 18, assuming your child is working, encourage them to invest $100 a month. When they reach age 22, have them start the $239 per month plan as detailed in option 1 and option 2. Even at 5% compounded annually, the child, worker, retiree will have $1,029,568.21 at age 65, according to investor.gov. Pros and cons of the Happy Party investment plans. Pros. The HPIP pays out a much bigger monthly payout than Social Security. 2. The HPIP provides an investment account of over $3.3 million, which should stay stable and even continue to grow over the long run. 3. The HPIP allows the worker, retiree, to pass on that $3.3 million or more upon death. 4. Contributions to Social Security have a cap. There's a limited amount of money that a worker can contribute. The HPIP allows for unlimited contributions. If the worker wants to invest more than $239 biweekly, they can, thus potentially reaching their retirement goals even faster. 5. During their presidential terms, Bill Clinton and George W. Bush warned of Social Security benefits drying up. Cons. As stated in the introduction to the Social Security alternative, the HPIP only focuses on the retirement portion of Social Security. There is more than that to the Social Security program. Part of the funds paid out by Social Security do not involve retirement benefits. They include survivor benefits for children, disability benefits, and Medicaid. 2. There is more potential risk with HPIP than Social Security, both emotionally and financially. The S&P 500 Index Fund and the Total Stock Market Index Fund may fluctuate wildly from year to year. Social Security is invested in less volatile investment options. So if a worker is watching their money in an HPIP, they may see substantial yearly growth or substantial yearly loss due to market corrections and bear markets. A market correction means that the worker's balance may fall 10% or more in a year, and a bear market means the worker's balance may fall 20% or more in a year. 3. Since there is greater risk in market fluctuation, the HPIP may not be a wise choice for an older person or for someone starting to invest later in life. Remember that the two HPIP examples are for a 22-year-old or younger, investing for 43 years or more. Someone starting at age 50 or 55 may not be able to emotionally or financially handle the potential volatility, unless they plan on letting that money grow until age 94. 4. Despite the power of compounding interest over 43 years of investing, would a 22-year-old be willing to part with $478 a month? Sometimes young people don't think too much about their older selves. The HPIPs take discipline and consistency. However, making this strategy automated by sending the money automatically biweekly into the investment account may help a young person stay disciplined. 5. The HPIP takes a bit more time and effort to get started. An employee needs to choose a brokerage firm which offers index funds. Then, they need to set up biweekly automatic withdrawals from their bank account to the brokerage account. This takes some time initially to get the process started. Social Security automatically comes out of a paycheck without the employee lifting a finger. As with all the alternatives proposed in this book, remember that the current government method, in this case Social Security, is still available for citizens to utilize. The above HPIP examples are simply alternatives that we the people might consider. Everybody truly can rule the world. We are now nearing the end of this book. Let's circle back to the beginning of it. We began the book saying, everybody wants to rule the world. That means that every individual thinks that they have the best ideas and processes as to how the world should be ruled. This book describes ruling the world such that everybody's happy and everybody wins. When everybody's happy, everybody wins. And when everybody wins, everybody's happy. When everybody's happy, everybody is their best self. When everybody is their best self, they act in the best ways. When we have freedom, and when we all act in our best way, everybody truly does rule the world. When everybody rules the world, we have a perfect society. With this book's methods, everybody rules the world, not just one person or one group. When everybody has freedom and everybody has a say, everybody can contribute. Everybody can pursue their own causes. Everybody can rally others to their causes. Everybody has the freedom to choose their own causes and avoid others. Everybody truly can rule the world. When everybody rules the world, we have a perfect society. Chapter 7. Everybody Wants to Rule the World, Reprise. Everybody can rule the world. Curt Derby. This book began with a nearly 200-year-old quote from Henry David Thoreau. Here are a few more of his. This government does not keep the country free. It does not educate. The character inherent in the American people has done all that it has been accomplished, and it would have done somewhat more if the government had not sometimes got in its way. That government is best which governs not at all, and when men are prepared for it, that will be the kind of government which they will have. The state is not armed with superior wit or honesty, but superior physical strength. I was not born to be forced. End of quotes. Let's break the chains of our 200-plus year bondage with culture and government. Within a few short years, we can live in the perfect society that Thoreau and billions of others have only dreamed of. From 1849 to 2024, we know how people in Thoreau's day felt, and we know how we feel. The feelings are the same. I recently watched an Instagram post which said, quote, "It's been said that there is roughly a 10-to-1 difference in productivity if something is done by the government or done by the private sector. The less the government does, the more the economy will prosper, because anything by the government is going to be 5 to 10 times less efficient." End quote. Nobody will rule the world. At some point in this book, you realize that the Chapter 2 title, Everybody Wants to Rule the World, is a phrase that changes as you learn about the 4 pillars. The perfect society isn't ruled by anybody. The perfect society is ruled by moral, ethical, and just principles. The 4 pillars of freedom are those principles. Under the 4 pillars, everybody pursues their happiness in the perfect society. Everybody has a voice. Everybody has freedom. Everybody has respect for other people's and other countries' freedoms. No one rules anyone, and no one tells anyone what to do. Everybody rules themselves using the 4 pillars. The world takes care of itself. Spreading like wildfire. Once people learn about the Happy Party's philosophy fueled by the 4 pillars, these ideas will spread like wildfire. Everybody wants this way of life. People of all ages, backgrounds, and income levels will volunteer, donate, and give to build the perfect society. Businesses and corporations will offer money to build things. They will offer their services for free or for little cost. Everyday people, homemakers, grandparents, single people, kids, seniors, teens, and young people will donate their time to local causes like libraries, parks, and other things that interest them. This book is only the beginning. How you can create the perfect society. If you're ready to be actively involved, do these things. Number 1, go to everybody'shappy.com. 2, use the links to read, listen to, and watch this book. Experience the book more than once. 3, tell your family and friends what you've learned. 4, tell the public. Maybe start with your local politicians. Start your own social media channels. Write your own book. Create town hall meetings. Contact podcasts and offer to be a guest. Print pamphlets and leave them in public places. Teach children the 4 pillars. There are dozens of things you can do, and anything helps. The more of us out there, the quicker the message spreads. And don't be nervous about approaching Democrats and Republicans. You'll find that almost everybody will love the 4 pillars. If you prefer not to be as actively involved, do these things. Number 1, email the link of everybody'shappy.com to at least 5 people. Number 2, watch the Perfect Society videos on YouTube and listen to the Perfect Society podcasts on Spotify. Like, comment, subscribe, and share them so the algorithms will reach more people. 3, connect with the Perfect Society on social media: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, Substack, and LinkedIn. Follow us on social on everybody'shappy.com has the complete list. 4, support our work. On everybody'shappy.com, you can use EasyTracker to aid our mission. First, contribute funds to fuel the Perfect Society's messages. Secondly, you can find intern, job, and volunteer efforts and opportunities to work directly with the EHEW group. This is the company that publishes Everybody's Happy, Everybody Wins: How to Build a Perfect Society. The faster, and fastest ways to create a perfect society. Fast. Grassroots. Grassroots is a noun, meaning the basic level of society or of an organization, especially as viewed in relation to higher or more centralized positions of power. The perfect society happens fast with grassroots. Grassroots is when culture changes government. When enough of the culture agrees with the 4 pillars, they will naturally elect happy party facilitators and changes will be made. Remember Pillar 1. 335 million of us are more powerful than 536 of us. So spread the word. Spread the good news. Tell everyone you know the things you've learned in this book. Teach the 4 pillars to your kids and other young people in your life. Start your own podcast, website, social media, and any other way that you feel you will reach people with our message. Until you have your own content up and running, or if you don't want to build out public platforms of your own, use my platforms. Send links of everybody'shappy.com and the Perfect Society social media platforms, YouTube, Spotify podcast channel, Instagram, X, Facebook, LinkedIn, Substack, and TikTok to your family, friends, coworkers, and neighbors. Share the Perfect Society YouTube videos to everyone you know. Grassroots works. In this way, we are changing the culture before we change the government. And by changing the culture, the government will organically change. When culture changes, happy party advocates will run for office. Once they are elected, they will implement change on a governmental level. Faster. Grassroots and local politicians. The perfect society happens faster with culture and local government officials. Combining grassroots with current city council people, city mayors, and government bureaucrats will make faster changes. Follow the fast actions just described, plus contact your local Republicans and Democrats who are currently in office, especially those you know personally. Tell them about the 4 pillars of freedom and/or forward to them whatever existing 4 pillars materials that you think will make them see the light. In this way, we are changing culture and government at the same time. By changing both at the same time, we will attain the perfect society faster than with grassroots. Since most politicians want what's best for their country, their state, their county, their city, they will immediately see the value and the ethics of the 4 pillars. They will switch to the happy party and then begin making their changes on a governmental level. Fastest. Top down. Top down is an adjective which means controlled, directed, or instituted from the top level. The perfect society happens fastest with culture and highest level government officials. Combining grassroots with county mayors, state governors, senators, House members, and former and sitting U.S. presidents will make the fastest changes. Follow the fast and faster actions lists that I just described. Plus, contact the highest level Democrats and Republicans currently in office. Convert as many high-level Democrat and Republicans politicians who are currently in office. They already know the ins and outs of government and will be able to make change happen extremely fast. In this way, we are changing culture and government at the highest levels. By changing both at the same time, we will attain the perfect society in the fastest way possible. When government changes from the top down, the culture will quickly follow suit. The best opportunity to thrive. This is the society in which everybody can thrive. This is the framework that will allow it. When we have the best framework, we have the best opportunity to thrive. When we thrive, we have the most opportunities to be happy, successful, content, healthier, live longer, and find our purpose. I can't guarantee your happiness, but I can guarantee that the 4 pillars will allow you to pursue your happiness. The time to start is now. The time to implement the 4 pillars using the happy party is right now. Everyone should enjoy freedom sooner rather than later. Everyone should be happy sooner rather than later. Live Pillar 1. Spread the word. Start living the happy party lifestyle. Let it sink in that everybody can be happy and everybody can win. Life is best when we all pursue our own interests and our own happiness. We can achieve world peace when everybody's happy and everybody's winning. Let's get started. The seed of this culture is the determination within individuals and then small groups and communities to devote our lives to the greatest vision of all time. Not to wait for a savior one day to deliver us. Not to wait for a government to pass truly just laws. Each of us, singly and with all the others, is answerable for creating joy through the way our lives unfold here and now. There is no finer way to live or die. From Healing from the War by Arthur Egendorf. the beginning, not the end. A final thought. With the current progression of AI, it is imperative that the principles and standards of this book are implemented immediately. AI can now produce photo, video, and audio fakes with great accuracy. Currently, there are photos online which looks exactly like the real thing, and video and audio are not far behind. The technology will continue to improve at an exponential rate. This means that politicians and the media, both old and new, can create fake media and pass it off as the real thing. Soon, we will see an AI-generated video showing Donald Trump declaring war on another country, or showing Kamala Harris declaring martial law on red states. AI now can and soon will show any politician saying or doing anything. We the people must regain control of our country before it's too late. The time for the 4 pillars is most definitely now. Acknowledgements. Ray and Melissa, for being perfect examples of Pillar 1. Your wisdom, talents, perspective, patience, and creativity have amazed me beyond words, time and time and time again. You helped me in so many ways and so often that I feel like you were co-authors of this book. You were always quick and ready to assist in any way, ever willing and eager to discuss a new idea or to perform research. You never asked for anything in return. Your love of assisting me and your passion to elevate my work was always evident, infinitely appreciated, and will be forever treasured. Skylar, for your endless enthusiasm and availability, creative ideas, positive attitude, and insane knowledge of the social media world. You make promoting this material an absolute joy. Nate and Chelsea, for always doing way more than I asked and hoped for. Your business savvy, excitement, humor, creativity, and support has made this project a pleasure to work on, and the results have more than exceeded my expectations. And to the countless people I have talked to about these concepts, ideas, and pillars years before writing a single word of this book, I love and appreciate your interest, questions, enthusiasm, and most of all, your encouragement. Now that the book is finished, go spread the word.